Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to this morning's April 7th, 2025 meeting of the Mojave County Board of Supervisors. We're going to start our meeting with invocation led by Supervisor Gould and a Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Borelli.
Please join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you and praise you today, Lord. We thank you for this great country that you've given us and our state and our county, Lord. Please give us the wisdom to run it wisely in this experiment in self-government that you've given us, Lord. Lord, we have many workers that have dangerous jobs. Please watch over them and keep them, and may your face shine upon them and bring them home at the end of the day to the loving arms of their family. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A3, 4, and 7. Looking for a motion and action to call for an executive session to be held on April 21st, 2025 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel.
So moved.
Second.
Heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Official business to come before the board. Discussion of pending or contemplated litigation, claims, and demands. Attorney Davis.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Committee and/or legislative reports. Supervisor Lettman. Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Borelli.
Nothing to report.
Supervisor Martin.
Yeah, I went around the district in the since we've had our last meetings. I've been to Meadview and Dolan Springs and Golden Valley on different public meetings, and I've attended several Zoom meetings on items that affect the county.
Thank you, sir. I would report to the board that latest readings on the Colorado River, Lake Powell is 37% full, Lake Mead is 35% full. We expect the post-2026 Colorado River consultation and the negotiations to be ramping up here. So it's not a matter of if, it's probably a matter of when we engage Clark Hill, our water attorney, to help us when those EIS comments and things like that are required. So that's coming. Also last week, joined State Senator Dunn from Yuma and a number of others, I'd say probably 35 other stakeholders around the table to discuss rural groundwater legislation and whether anything's going to happen this year. The 2-hour meeting, a lot of feedback and conversation from all different sides of this issue. I think that Representative Dunn, Senator Dunn, Representative Griffin, and Democrats and the governor's office and a few others are going to be continuing negotiations. We'll see what happens this year, if anything. So, with that, county manager's report, or excuse me, I don't think we have a report from the lobbyists. Oh, we do. Okay, we have a water lobbyist report from High Ground. Mr. Ponder, are you with us?
Opportunity, just a quick update. Today is the 85th day of the legislative session. All committee meetings at this point in time are over. And so we should be at the time where they are discussing the budget in earnest. Unfortunately, that's not happening at this point in time. The Senate is not working today. The Senate at this point in time is likely going to be taking Mondays off, working Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe a short day on Thursdays. The House will be working Monday through Thursday for the foreseeable future. And then for the next couple weeks, they'll be doing that, and then they may be taking short vacations until they figure out what they're going to do on the budget. The one item of note, the last time we met, we talked about House Bill 2059. This was a bill that Representative Fink was running related to the federal government. And the challenge that we would have had with it is that it would have impacted our Section 5 contracts and the incidental take permits that we have with Lake Havasu City, Bullhead City, and the Mojave County Water Authority with respect to compliance with EPA guidelines. And it would have put us in violation with federal law. And would have given concern to each of those entities with respect to releases from Lake Mead. And so we had some concerns with it. I know that the city of Yuma had concerns with it, as well as CAP, SRP, and any other entity that was along the river. That bill was ultimately held in the Senate Natural Resources Committee. I did have a conversation with Representative Fink last week. She does intend to bring the bill back next session. She will be open to some potential amendments to it and addressing the concerns of the county. And she is interested in keeping me involved in those conversations to ensure that our concerns are addressed as she proceeds with any legislation that she looks to address next year. As Supervisor Lingenfelter discussed with respect to the rural groundwater legislation, Mr. Dunn did have a meeting last week. Supervisor Lingenfelter was steadfast in addressing the issues of Mojave County and in particular the Wallapai Valley Basin. We've continued to remain strategically aligned with the city of Kingman in all of our concerns, and Ms. Angus has maintained a good relationship with Senator Dunn to make sure that she is putting us in a position down there at the Capitol to be at any table that we need to be at when negotiations officially start. I would say that last week was sort of the airing of the grievances opportunity for everybody. What I've understood in my conversation subsequent to that meeting with Mr. Dunn is that he will have a meeting with the legislators in the governor's office this week, where they will set a path forward for subsequent negotiations. And those subsequent negotiations should envision a much smaller group of negotiating participants. And we are hopeful and optimistic that Mojave County would be included in those subsequent group of participants as we move forward, as the original influencer of rural groundwater legislation. So with that, that's my update. I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Ponder, any questions? Supervisor Martin.
Mr. Ponder, it's Supervisor Martin. Can you give me a status of the bill that was in, I think it went from the Senate to the House over the chemtrails?
Do you have the bill number on that one? I know that there was a bill on that. I don't know that we were tracking that one as on behalf of the county because it wasn't related to water. And Mr. Supervisor Martin, obviously, our contract is largely water related. So I can pull that up if you'd like, if you have a bill number, and I can try and find it, or I can reach out to some colleagues and see if we can figure out which one that was.
Yeah, it's okay. I just wondered. I know that it was passed in the Senate and then sent over to the House, and since that's happened, I haven't heard any updates what the status was, but that's okay. We can find out.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Martin, let me do some research for you just on my own, and I'll try and shoot you some information privately. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Ponder. Have a good day.
Right,
County Manager's report.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. No report today.
Okay, great. Thank you. This morning we have one proclamation. Approve the proclamation declaring April 7th, 2025 through April 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Child. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it so ordered. One presentation this morning, an overview and presentation of the Mojave County Attorney's Office, including a review of its staffing and budgetary needs, objectives, and goals. County Attorney Smith, welcome. Please approach the podium. Is there a presentation? Do you need IT staff to pull something up for you? Or?
No, we're ready to go.
Okay, after you, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Lingenfelter, Board of Supervisors, Mr. County Manager, and Civil Deputy, Mr. Davis. I am here today to talk briefly about our budget and our budget needs going forward in the next few years. And this is budget season for everybody, and you've had presentations already from the courts. I'm not going to duplicate some of the things they talked about, particularly when it comes to the specialty courts, mental health, drug courts, which is called quality of life, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. But I am going to tell you a little bit about our office, briefly a little bit about what we do, for those of you that maybe are not that familiar with everything that we do. I would tell you that I have been in the office since October 5th of 1987, so 37 years, the same office, seen the county grow immensely over that time. The population, as you'll see later in one of our charts, even back as far as the year 2000, was approximately 155,000 in Mojave County, and we're now over 225,000 people. So the growth has been enormous. I know some of you have been here for a long time. Most of you have been here in the county for a significant amount of time. And I'm just letting you know a little bit about my experience and some of the things I've seen change over the years. So our office, as most of you know, the main function of the county attorney's office is criminal prosecution. All felonies that occur anywhere in Mojave County go through our office. Felonies are crimes that are punishable by the possibility of prison. When it comes to misdemeanors, they can come to our office if they happen outside of the city limits. If they happen within the city, for example, Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City, they're handled by the city prosecutor's office. But again, all felonies, all serious crimes come through our office. We also have a magnet division, which is also prosecution. So we're prosecuting felonies, misdemeanors, and juveniles. Among felonies, of course, are drug cases. And magnet, which is a combination of our office along with the sheriff's office, Lake Havasu City Police Department, Bullhead City Police Department, Kingman Police Department. All of us work together. And we get together and collaborate and work on cases together. It's a very supportive organization. And we try to have 3 prosecutors that full-time just handle drug prosecution at all times. DCAC just stands for Dangerous Crime Against Children. It's kind of a subspecialty where we have people, a couple of prosecutors right now that are trained and handle all of the crimes that are committed, serious crimes against children, mainly your child molestation cases, which require more specialized training, more education in order to do those cases. You wouldn't have somebody just out of law school handling a case like that. Our civil division, which Mr. Davis, of course, is a part of, and Mr. Esplin is the chief deputy of, has currently 4 attorneys, and main function of that is to be advisors to all the elected officials, county department heads, and of course serve the Board of Supervisors. Incidentally, I do adoptions and termination hearings for people. And then we have our victim witness division, which has a number of employees that assist in doing a lot of things that are now statutorily mandated services, which includes notifying victims of all their court dates, so they know exactly when the next court date is going to be, going to court with them, holding their hand, letting them know what's going to happen during the process. We have people that specialize and go to court with people who need orders of protection, injunctions prohibiting harassment. We have a restitution advocate. So if you're the victim of a crime and the perpetrator ends up going to prison and there's no money available, we have people that seek to find ways to attach funds to see if there's some property or something else that we can get so that the victim can be made whole, rather than just the perpetrator getting away with it or maybe serving time but not having to make the victim whole anymore. Looking at this chart, this just gives us an idea of the amount of felony jury trials. This is just felony cases that go to jury trial in Superior Court. And you can see that we really peaked a couple of years ago with a ridiculous amount of jury trials. We had 103. Just let you know that I believe that year we did more than Pima County did here. And I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to have a lot of trials. That was a little bit too much. You can see 2021, there were 74, 53 the following year, the high 103 in 2023, 58 in 2024, and so far we've had 14 this year. Just to give you an idea of how often our people are going to trial. This again is just felony cases. Now this chart shows the amount of cases that we receive in a particular year. In this case, the most applicable year last year, 2024. So this is an up-to-date number. This is the number of felony cases that came in from all agencies in Mojave County during the calendar year 2024. And you can see that there was well over 3,000 cases that came in and were reviewed by our office, both in custody and out of custody. So in custody is somebody committed a crime, they got caught in the act, somebody's committing a bank robbery, they get arrested right at the scene, they've got to stay in custody, obviously, you're not going to let them loose. Law enforcement's going to arrest them and they're going to be booked into jail. Then there are a number of cases that come into our office that are sent where law enforcement is not ready to make an arrest. They want somebody in our office to review it. We work together and then decide whether or not we're going to file charges. So there is a lot of cases that come in that are out of custody that we have to review and look over. And this is something our office has to deal with that the public defender, the legal defender, might never even have to look at these cases. Because there are a lot of cases that we review the case package on. We review police reports, maybe medical and lab reports later on, and Axon body camera worn by the officers before we decide whether or not we can file charges. And when somebody in our office looks at a case, there's basically 3 different decisions they can make. One is to file charges. There's enough evidence and we can go forward and prosecute the case. A second is, no, we're not going to file charges. The reasons for that could be, this is a civil matter. For example, when you contract with somebody and you decide, let's say Supervisor Gould decided he's going to hire somebody to do landscaping. They come out, he puts a down payment of $5,000 down. They come out, prepare plans, start work on his property, and then they never finish it. And of course, Supervisor Gould's not going to be very happy about that. He's going to complain, and it might end up coming to our office. And unless there's a pattern, if you look at it, if somebody did some work, but they're interviewed and they're like, well, we kind of ran out of money, we just couldn't finish the job, that's going to be a civil matter. On the other hand, if you have a contractor that does that to Supervisor Gould and then maybe goes to some other people and takes money but never does any work, and you start seeing a pattern there, now you're looking at the possibility of fraud. So this is just one example. There are a lot of cases that are actually civil in nature. There are cases where we look at it along with law enforcement and decide we just can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the national standard for prosecutors is reasonable likelihood of conviction. Now, obviously, there's some subjectivity there, what that means, but it means that there's a pretty good idea that we can get a conviction on a case. And if we don't feel that, we don't file charges. So one decision is file charges. One is we can't file charges. It's a civil case, or there's just not enough evidence, or this isn't a crime. What's the third decision? Well, there's a possibility that we do have a crime here, or we have a crime, but we need more evidence. So we will write a letter or communicate with law enforcement, and we'll let them know these are some additional matters that we think you should investigate before we can decide whether or not we can file charges. So that can take a lot of time, particularly in cases involving child molestation, where a lot of times it's just the child's word against the perpetrator. And so we're looking, where are other avenues that we can find evidence against this person? Perhaps there are other victims that could be investigated. Search warrant, medical exam of the victim, interviewing friends and family and teachers to see who the child is disclosed to. So those are kind of the gamut of the decisions that we make. And you can see the number of cases that we reviewed, over 3,000 last year. And of those, over 2,000 were felony cases and over 1,000 were felony drug cases. This chart just shows the number of misdemeanor attorneys that we have and the number of misdemeanor cases we looked at in 2024, which was about 2,200, one shy of 2,200. We have 4 attorneys that work and just do misdemeanor cases. The caseload has gone up considerably over the years. When I started in the office, I handled all 3 justice courts, plus I did juvenile cases for a while. That's no longer feasible. The amount of cases has gone up so much. The population has gone up so much. So even looking at it, you just divide 2,200 by 4, and you get 550 cases per attorney. That's a lot of cases. Now, misdemeanors, a lot of them could be very simple and very easy, but they also involve DUIs, which are very complex, even on the misdemeanor level, because of the science involved and toxilizers, and then domestic violence cases, which are difficult and time-consuming because of the difficulty you have with victims who often recant, don't want to prosecute those cases. And then you get into the whole philosophical idea of sometimes you have to protect people from themselves. You have to go ahead and prosecute these cases, especially if there's an injury involved, or if somebody is actually, in our prosecutor's opinion, dangerous. Just real briefly, you can see that last year we did 92 misdemeanor bench trials. That's a good number of trials to do. And 5 misdemeanor jury trials, which I believe were all DUIs. This case shows a little bit of kind of the, I don't want to use the word crisis, but it's a near crisis situation that we have with the turnover that we have and the fact that we just don't have enough prosecutors. This shows you that as of right now, today's date, and this is actually Friday, but not a lot has changed over the last 3 days, that we have 603 cases right now that need to be reviewed, that are on different people's desks. And then you look at it, 0 to 90 days, that means it's only been with us for that long, 175 cases. 142 are between 3 and 6 months, 91 to 180 days. 145 which are between 6 and 9 months, another 107 that have been between 71, and it should probably be 271 actually there. Apologize for that. And 365 days, and then 34 cases that are over a year old. So obviously, if something's a serious crime and it's pretty apparent that they did it, we're going to be filing charges on those cases. But this is the amount of cases right now, 603, that our attorneys are trying to get through, as well as take care of their other duties like going to trial, reviewing the new cases that come in, the cases that are emergent because somebody committed a crime, they're in custody, and they have to have either grand jury or a preliminary hearing within 10 days. So these cases have built up, and we're trying to get through them, but we just don't have the manpower to do it. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because the court's already covered this, but this is our diversion program, and which includes deferred prosecution cases, and HAWK, which is the Health and Wellness Court, which you may know as Mental Health Court, Quality of Life Court, which is our drug courts. SMI stands for Serious Mentally Ill. And then, of course, the Veterans Court, which you can see that we don't have a lot of involvement there. Just a couple of cases, 4 total, 2 which were successful and 2 that were not successful. And when you're talking about success, that's a whole different area of metrics you would look at, but we're looking at mainly recidivism. How often do people reoffend? You can see in this that there were a total of 66 cases that were in diversion or in the specialty courts, but it's still time that our office is involved in. We're the ones that are reviewing those cases, still have to read through everything, still have to watch body camera footage, and then make a decision to refer these cases. And then we have a full-time employee that deals with diversion and works with the probation department. She does a fabulous job, by the way, handling these cases. But this is just one other area of growth, and some people would like to see more cases go this way. In the long term, it could save the county a lot of money. Disclosure. Criminal cases, you watch TV, you watch movies over the year, you watch Perry Mason, which is one of the reasons I became a lawyer years ago. Some people don't even know who Perry Mason is. But there are a lot of surprises, there's a lot of drama in court, but in reality, there's really not that much because we have to let the other side know what we're going to do ahead of time. Now, we don't have to tell them the order of the questions or exactly what questions we're going to ask, but if I'm prosecuting a case, and let's say that attorney William Davis is the defense attorney, I have to provide him with all of the police reports, any medical reports, lab reports, witness statements, all the interviews that are done with our witnesses, all the body camera footage that law enforcement collects, and I have to provide him a list of witnesses and what the witnesses are going to testify to. And then the defense also has to do that and send us that stuff as well. But obviously, the vast amount of resources and time is incumbent upon our office to get this disclosure out. And so, which was really has gone up and costed the county money in our office, is that we now have 6 people that full-time are involved with just disclosure. And a lot of what they do is watch video camera footage all day long. We have them do other things because otherwise they would probably kill themselves. Because if you could imagine just sitting there for hours watching this stuff, it's mind-numbing. But because of victims' rights and just common sense, we have to go through every minute of that footage and make sure that there aren't things that need to be redacted out, such as people's personal information, identifying information. Let's say you have a homicide case and you have 14 or 15 members of law enforcement that are wandering in and out while witnesses are being talked to and interviewed at the scene. Evidence is being collected. Now you have to go through. A witness is interviewed at the scene. His information's taken. including social security number, phone number, address. Well, other law enforcement officers are walking by, and that stuff gets picked up on their video as well. You have to go through every minute is the point. So you have to watch everything. Now, we have programs, and it's something that's being worked on involving artificial intelligence that might help prompt and give you keywords and things to look for. But we're still liable, we're still responsible, and we have 6 people that go through this stuff. As you can see in that chart, if you read it, I'm not going to read it word for word, but at times we've been 4 to 6 weeks behind on reviewing this body footage, this body camera footage. The numbers have gone up. The big jump actually was 2021 to 2022, and then you can see it's held steady over the last few years. Why is that? Well, initially, I think it was Lake Havasu City Police Department was the first agency to use body camera, and then subsequently, now everybody's using it. And they have to. In this day and age, with what's going on with our police departments in this country, they need to be transparent. They need to have the evidence that shows that the officer didn't engage in any brutality. He did, in fact, read this suspect their rights. So this is essential. This takes a lot of the question out of what actually happened, but it involves a lot of time and effort and money to review these things. What we've asked for in this year's budget, which we've met with the county manager and our county finance director, Mr. Mornian, is to fill a couple of previously frozen office specialist positions that deal with disclosure, that look at this body camera footage I was just talking about. The last thing on there is to fund a previously frozen attorney position, do this mid-year so that we can have another attorney to help with our caseload. And then the interesting thing is the recruitment for future through in-house development. And that is a very specific amount, $56,000 and change. This is actually the most fun and the most exciting thing that we have going on. Unbelievably, last year, we only had 2 applications for attorneys that made its way to our office. That doesn't even fill all the positions that we lose in a traditional year just through your standard people moving on to do something else. So what we've done is we have got an attorney intern program going, mainly in the summer. Sometimes they come back over Christmas vacation, but we have college students and law students that have been contacting us that we've been employing. At times they volunteered, at times they get college credit or law school credit, but we actually have had the money now to pay them, and sometimes they're even underfilling attorney positions because we're that short-handed. But we have these young kids that are still in college that are in this program, and we're very hopeful. I think a number of them are going to end up working for us. And the advantage of it is that you got people that are actually from here, that grew up here, went to school in Havasu, went to school in Bullhead, went to school in Kingman, and so they know the area, they have family here, and there's a chance that maybe they're going to stay, that you're going to be able to recruit and retain them and keep them for years. We have one that is coming back that's in law school now that started volunteering with us when she was in high school, and I believe she's going to end up working for us. Carlos Ochoa, who's one of our magnet attorneys, interned with us before he even went to law school, kept in touch, and after he graduated law school, he's now working for us and he's doing a fantastic job. So this is something that I'm very excited about. I don't know if I'm going to be around to see all these people, especially the ones that are just in college right now. One of them is Supervisor Moss. Remember Supervisor Moss, who's our now presiding judge of Superior Court? His son, who's going to ASU right now, has interned with our office and is interested in being a prosecutor when he graduates from law school someday. Population in Mojave County. As you can see, going back to the year 2000, which is actually 13 years after I started here, 155,000 people here in the county. When we hit 200,000 in the census, that's when our Board of Supervisors grew from 3 to 5. And that's by statute. As you can see in 2020, 213,000, and now 2024, we're estimated over 226,000 people. Now let's take a look at the number of prosecutors. Back in 2010, we had 15 full-time prosecutors. That includes misdemeanor, juvenile, felony prosecution. We actually, before 2010, let's say 2005, not shown on this chart, we had 17. 2 of the positions were frozen because of the recession that we had back in 2008 or so. Housing industry crashed. Everybody remembers that time. That was one of the worst times in this country for a few years. So we had a couple of positions, attorney positions, that got frozen. So we had 17, got frozen, reduced to 15, went back up to 17 in 2015, 18 4 or 5 years ago, and now 19. Now we're including James Shopman, who's the chief deputy, who many of you know, in that number. He's got all kinds of duties besides just prosecuting, but because of us being shorthanded, he prosecutes full-time, and he does a lot of trials every year as well, including murder cases. Just looking at the population, you can see, as I said, going back to 2000, we had 17 prosecutors. We only have 2 more now, but our population has grown over the last 24 years by 71,422. That's a huge increase in population and not much of an increase in our office over the years in terms of prosecutors. This to me is the most interesting chart. This is a comparison of our office to Coconino County, which, as you can see, their population, surprisingly, is quite a bit less than ours, and Yavapai County. YCAO is the Yavapai County Attorney's Office. We kind of look at them as our sister counties, because when we have a conflict of interest, for example, a law enforcement officer getting in trouble, we have to send it out because we work with that officer, we work with that agency. Or if somebody who's a prominent county official got in trouble, we would send that out as a conflict of interest. We send our conflicts to Yavapai and Coconino, and they trade conflicts with us as well, so we handle some of their cases. Yavapai County is the one that I think is the most similarly situated. If you look at their population in 2024, they had approximately 25,400 more people than us. So, significant number, but fairly close. But take a look at the felony cases. In 2021, Yavapai County filed, and this is the amount of felony filings, not cases reviewed, but felony filings. They had 2,235. We had 2,128. Very close, but they had 100 more cases than us. Well, 2022. Their number was 2,297. We're 2,414. We had more than 100 more cases than them. The next year, they had 2,295. We had 2,546. That's 250 more cases that we filed. And then the big difference, last year, they had 2,057. We had 2,623. We had more than 500 more felony cases than us. Well, if you look at the right above that in the FTEs, that's full-time employees, you'll see that in 2025, currently, that we have basically 69 full-time employees, of which 17 are grant-funded. Yavapai County had 109. 14 of them are grant-funded. So we actually have 3 more grant-funded attorneys or positions than them, full-time employees, but they have 40 more employees than us to handle 500 less cases. Now, what's not on this chart, but maybe the number that you really want to hear, because the number I want to know is, well, how many prosecutors do they have? Out of that number, how many prosecutors? Right now, we have 19, as I showed you on the previous chart. That includes James Shopman, who's the chief deputy, and has enough other stuff that he shouldn't be prosecuting, but he is. 19. 2 of them only work 2 days a week. The legendary Bob Moon, who I hope many of you know who that is, and Rod Albright. They both work just 2 days a week, and we need them. We have 19 prosecutors right now, handling 500 more cases than Yavapai County, who has 32 prosecutors. 32. Now, I'm not saying that, and I'm going to just risk it right now and hope it doesn't get back to them, that we're as weak as they are, because our people can handle more than them. I'm going to say that. We could do the work of maybe 1.5 people, but that's a ridiculous disparity. The person that I've talked to that really has the firsthand knowledge is Carolina Chaplinska, who worked in our public defender's office, and then we were able to successfully poach her, and she came to work for us and was an excellent prosecutor. She left, moved to Yavapai County, worked for their office, and now is back working as a full-time prosecutor and is one of our DCAC attorneys, which is Dangerous Crimes Against Children, handling child molestation cases. And she talks about the average caseload that they handle all the time, day to day. And in Yavapai, she was handling 35 cases at one time. In our office, despite handling child molestation cases, she's around 80 all the time. It's not comfortable, and the problem with that is it's leading to burnout, where our people get burned out after a couple of years of doing this and decide, I'm going to go somewhere else. We lost one of our best prosecutors, and because he was fairly politically active, I think some of you know him, that was Cameron Patt. He was very active locally in Republican politics, and Cameron ended up leaving because he was so burned out by the caseload, the amount of trials he was doing, even though he loved trial work, that he went to Pinal County, and he's prosecuting down there. And even though he loved it up here, he loved Mojave County, his quality of life has gone up. He gets to spend more time with his girlfriend, which makes her happy. She worked for public health here, so she was a county employee. And so that's what we're dealing with here.
I'd ask maybe 7 more minutes if that's possible.
This is the last slide.
Okay, great.
I'm done. So what we're going to ask for is, in the future going forward, is to add some prosecutors, to add some support staff. 3 or 4 more prosecutors and more support staff will certainly help as far as keeping the burnout down to a minimum, keeping our people engaged and happy, and not having the turnaround and losing employees like we're losing constantly to other counties. Our salary is competitive, but we have lost 2 attorneys this past year to the city attorney's office in Kingman. We have people that until the raise that went in for all electeds, and as you know, being elected officials, it was 16 years since the last raise. We have people that worked in our office for a year that left our office, went to the city prosecutor's office, and were making more money than I was as the elected official, with no experience doing misdemeanors. So the city pays better. I think that's pretty much true throughout the county. But overall, our salaries are competitive with some of the other counties when we look at it, including Maricopa County. But we certainly are hurting. Our people are overworked right now, and they are burned out. I appreciate your time today, and I thank you for your attention. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for the presentation today, County Attorney Smith. I'd open it up to the board. If they have any questions, please call it out. Supervisor Letman.
That was a little worse than I thought it would be. Could you outline basically just a few points on why you have so much trouble recruiting prosecutors, the new ones?
Very complicated question. One thing that we found out was that the percentage of law school students, and our 2 main schools are U of A and ASU, the percentage of law school students in this country that are being effectively recruited and are already tied down to a job, because I think of the shortage of lawyers, which some people would probably say is a blessing, but not when it comes to the public sector, because I think prosecutors and the defense attorneys are very, very important. But the percentage of people that actually have jobs already, even when they're still just finishing up law school, has risen exponentially. And because of that, there's fewer of them out there to recruit. And then just generally, it's hard to recruit here in Mojave County. What I've found over the years is that getting people here that are single and they're looking for that first job is a lot easier than getting people here that are a little bit older, a little bit more seasoned, and are married. I think that the allure of Mojave County only appeals to a certain type of person, and it is hard for us to compete with Flagstaff, with Prescott, with Phoenix, because there is more to do, and that's one of the drawbacks here. I hope that answers your question.
It did. I think we owe you and your staff a debt of gratitude for the amount of work you process, considering what's available to work with.
Appreciate
Good job
that.
by your
Thank you.
staff.
Other questions?
Any other supervisors? I appreciate you saying, I do recognize the challenge here. I mean, when you look at a rural environment versus an urban environment, and you're talking about a place to set down roots when you're a professional and you have a lot of options, it does become more challenging, I think, in a rural environment like ours. I don't know how you change it. I think you do a good job with some of the innovative programs you're doing with interns and trying to grow your own. I think that's notable.
Thank you, Chairman.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
We're going to move to the consent agenda, items number 5 through 55. Supervisor Martin, would you like to remove any items from our consent agenda this morning? Supervisor Borelli? Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 26 and number 29.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Letman?
I do not.
And I am going to remove item number 27. So I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, items number 5 through 55, minus items number 26, 27, and 29.
So moved.
For that motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 I appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Move to item number 26. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District, approve and authorize the floodplain administrator to sign and record a notice of violation and issue a declaration of denial of insurance to the Federal Insurance Administrator on behalf of the Mojave County Flood Control District for the single-family residence constructed with the lowest floor below the required regulatory flood elevation in a FEMA Special Flood Hazard Area, Zone AO-1, on Assessor's Parcel Number 228-05-107A, in direct violation of Section 5, Article 1C2 of the Mojave County Flood Control Ordinance 2014. The declaration of denial of flood insurance is pursuant to Section 1316 of the National Flood Insurance Act of 1968 as amended. Supervisor Gould. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the complexity of the explanation, you can see why I wanted an explanation from Director Holtree on what are we doing here?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, just a little background on this one. We have a individual that came in to apply for a building permit. They wanted to put a garage on their property. When we looked at the property, they had previously applied for a house permit quite some time ago. When they found out that they were below the floodplain elevation, they did not come in for a C of O. And so the house has just kind of been sitting there. This person that originally came in for the house permit is deceased. I believe it's a child that inherited the property. That child came in for that building permit for a garage, and at that time found out that the house never received the C of O, and that it was built below the floodplain elevation that was required. she is in, she agrees that, that it is below the floodplain elevation and is okay with placing the notice on the property that it's below. Basically what this is requirements that come from FEMA, that we have to notify that it is not eligible for insurance, flood insurance. And that has to be a decision made by the Board of Supervisors, who's the over the district. With that, she then will be able to get the C of O on the current residence that is there. But she is in agreement with what we're doing today.
So basically, we're going to go ahead and occupy the home, but we're going to put a note on the deed essentially that says that the home does not conform to the flood standard
Supervisor Gould, that's correct.
and to be prohibited from purchasing flood insurance.
Correct.
Thank
Scott, is it just the home, or is it is it a garage that's detached? Or
I believe the garage has not been built yet. They will be building that with a permit. We haven't issued any permits because of the violation that it currently is in. The C of O will be for just that house, and then when they come in for a building permit for the garage, they would build it out of that flood zone.
Supervisor Burley, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Holter. So, when was this house built?
That is a good question. I do have my flood district engineer on the Teams meeting. If he would probably know the best answer to that question.
How did it get built without?
So it did receive a permit.
Yeah.
It went through the whole permitting process. I believe once I think the owner at the time did not understand that they were in a flood zone. And then when they did find out that they were and that they were building it incorrectly, he decided not to move forward with getting the C of O in the end. But I believe, Ms. Laura, do we have Randy on the line?
Let's hear from staff. Thanks.
Randy, are you available? Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I am. I can do that.
Morning, Randy. Can you answer Supervisor Burley's question?
Right off, I don't know exactly when the house was built. It's been at least 4 or 5 years. So it's been long enough that our procedures have changed a little bit. Now, when somebody comes in with an application, they immediately find out whether the structure is going to be in the floodplain or not. This was 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, and that procedure is not in place. And so actually, they didn't find out they're in a floodplain until the permit was issued. But it was constructed. It was not constructed per plan, but it's been quite a few years, yes.
Answer your question, Supervisor. Thank you, Randy. Any other questions? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, so this was not an area that was not in a floodplain and then was placed in the floodplain when we redid the maps for the Mojave Valley area years back.
Supervisor Gould, no, it was in the floodplain when they constructed the house.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Open
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? That motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes appear to have it. We do have it, so ordered. Item number 27, sitting as the Board of Directors of the Mojave County Flood Control District, accept the grant award of $2 million to design and construct basins as part of the Wallapai Aquifer Infiltration Basins Program. Approve and authorize the chairman to sign the the Water Supply Development Fund agreement with the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority of Arizona, WIFA. The project will construct recharge and rapid infiltration basins within the Wallapai Valley groundwater basin. I pulled this just to for the public's benefit, if you could give just a brief overview of this project.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you. This is something that we're very excited about. We do have several projects throughout the county. We are working on doing infiltration basins. I think we have 4 or 5 basins that we're currently working on. This money that we've received, the grant that we received from WIFA, will go directly to one of those basins that is in the works for construction. I believe the board has already approved their construction authorization, and we have a team on hand ready to go to be able to construct it. We're still working out some of the details on the land with the state, but this money will help that project move forward and fund that project. The WIFA grant is just that, the $2 million. There's no loan requirement or reimbursement responsibilities on the county. So we're very excited about it.
Yeah, great job on that. Any other questions from the supervisors?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, do we know how many acre feet of water we expect this to put in the aquifer?
I might have to rely on my flood district engineer a little bit for this specific basin. We have several basins that we are currently working on. For the one that this one will help fund, I'll have to lean on Randy.
I want to hear from staff. Sure. We still have Randy on the line.
Yes, I'm still here.
Randy, how many acre feet of water is this basin designed to capture?
We have 3 basins that are currently designed. One is our Feldspar Basin, which we have a contractor already lined up, but construction has not begun. That one will infiltrate about 15 acre feet a year. We have a scientific study that has come up with that number. The other 2 basins that are on the west side of the Kingman area, we do not have scientific studies, but they're a little bit, they're roughly comparable. So all 3 together might contribute 40 to 50 acre feet a year once they're constructed.
So if you take a look at that, and I'm not beating the project up, but your 15 acre feet's enough for 45 homes. You're going to spend $2 million to put that water in the ground. So a few months ago, I attempted to get a home builder to commit to putting rainwater collection on his homes, building on a depleted aquifer. That got poo-pooed. But if you looked at the amount of water you would recover from that rainwater collection and the price that it costs to do it, it by far beats this. So when, sometimes things are counterintuitive. Use a pencil and a calculator and figure them out. But I'm not opposed to this because I think any water we get in the aquifer is a good idea, but we need to do something on this aquifer. We continue to build homes on this aquifer. Eventually, the builders will go and they'll take their profit and they'll leave the bag with the county and the cities, and we'll have to come up with a way that we have to tax the taxpayers to pay for this water, and that's not fair. The people that profit from development should be the ones that have to put up the money for this development. And it's a sidebar comment. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Coulter.
Thank you. I don't disagree. I think that's something that we should probably look at specifically for this basin. As far as what we require from home builders and commercial construction builders, things like that. Obviously, anything, whether you do that or you do a retention basin, they're only good if they rain or if it rains. So
that is true.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
With that motion in second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. So ordered. Item number 29. Approve and sign amendment number 3 to contract number 23-B-01, County Facilities and Parks Landscaping with Vision Landscape, Kingman, Arizona, extending the contract for an additional 1-year period through July 31st, 2026, with all other terms and conditions remaining the same on behalf of the Public Works, Facilities, Maintenance, and Parks Divisions. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tara, I don't find a price in this contract extension.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Supervisor Gould. I anticipated that when you pulled it. So during the last renewal period, the board approved a renewal in June of 2024. We had a price increase at that time. So our standard practice is we only include the amendment that we're asking the board to consider. We provide all of the backup so that if a board member wants to go pull those agenda items, they can. But in the Kingman area, we spend approximately $8,200 per month. And then in the Bullhead City area, we're spending $2,200 per month. And then we have a couple outlying parks that we're spending $700 monthly. So all totaled, It's approximately $11,000 per month on landscape services in Kingman Bullhead and the outlaying part.
I didn't find the price in the backup either, because I went through the backup and could find no evidence of it.
So what we do, and I can change this if it will help the board, we put the agenda item from when the board approved it. A long time ago, we were including every single amendment, every single contract, every time we submitted an item to the board, which just became very burdensome and very paper heavy. So we just include a reference to it in the summary and background. So if a board member wants to go to that board meeting, but on these ones, I can work with my staff with new board members and say, if we're not asking for a price increase, please include the current price as backup so that I don't have to get up here and read it to you guys. You can actually see
Yeah,
it.
you're asking me to sign a check.
Yep.
And a check, that's a blank check.
Yep.
I don't like blank checks.
Understood.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. We'll now move to our several public hearings. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 56, discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of BOS Resolution 2025-050, an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan from a suburban residential land use designation to a general commercial land use designation, and a rezone of assessor's parcel number 229-13-005B from an AR zone to a C2 zone to allow for a retail, showroom, offices, and storage in the Fort Mojave vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have one, it looks like the applicant signed up to speak. Would you like to have 3 minutes if the applicant's here? Richard Duran. Okay, very good. Is there anybody else in the audience wishing to speak on item number 56? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 56. I'll open it up to the board. Supervisor, anybody have any questions?
I do not. Ready to make.
Open for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
With that motion second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. You have it, so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 57. Discussion and possible action regarding denial of BOS Resolution number 2025-051, a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 327-02-216A to allow for a wireless telecommunications facility with one 190-foot tower in an AR zone in the Dolan Springs vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended denial by unanimous vote. We have a few people signed up. I'm going to call you up. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. First is David Sanchez. David Sanchez. Okay, we'll put them in the back. I've got Emily Geisler. Giesler? Emily Giesler? Okay. Geisler, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me today, and good day to you. My name is Emily Geisler, and I'm speaking today as a resident, landowner, and business owner residing in Dolan Springs. We strongly urge you to deny the application for this proposed new cell phone tower in Dolan Springs. I speak on behalf of myself, but not just myself, but others as well in the community. We strongly object to the proposed wireless tower, an almost 200-foot tall cell tower in our remote community. This project is not only unnecessary, but poses significant risks to our peace of mind, our financial well-being, our property values, and our overall quality of life, not to mention the numerous potential health risks. The applicant has painted a picture of an uninhabited and desolate area with no cell reception and only one resident who wants the cell tower and a fire department who needs it for communication. This couldn't be further from the truth. The person who owns the property and will be getting paid by the cell tower company does not even live in the state, much less on the property. There are people, however, who live next door in the area, including myself and many others, and we do not want this. I've spoken with Fire Chief Bonnie at the Lake Mojave Ranchos Fire Department, and they also do not want nor need this tower. They have turned down similar offers in the past and are in the process of acquiring and installing satellite technology on every emergency responder vehicle, which will allow them connectivity regardless of where they are at. The need for this tower is highly questionable. We already have an existing functional cell tower. I can see it from both of my properties. I ran a web design for business for a year off of my cell phone hotspot out there, and now we have Starlink. Both work fantastic. As mentioned previously, the owner of the property where the new tower is planned does not live there. They won't have to endure the daily visual impact, the construction noise, the potential operational hum, the potential added fire danger, the constant reminder of this intrusion visually that we will see every day and night. This area is cherished for its pristine and natural beauty, its tranquility, and its incredible dark night skies, qualities which are increasingly rare, and we would like to maintain those rare qualities. This new tower would inevitably be equipped with FAA-mandated lighting, which would introduce more significant light pollution, ruining our night skies. Not only that, but it will negatively impact our property values and other unwanted side effects. Please protect the unique character and value of our area and deny this application for an unneeded and unwanted tower. We urge you to reject this proposal. We have viable alternatives like Starlink, and the risks to our way of life, community, too greatly outweigh the benefits of fattening the wallets of some corporate board members. Thank you so much for your time and consideration of our request.
Thank you, ma'am. If I could ask everybody in the audience to keep your phones on silent or vibrate, it would be appreciated. David Sanchez. Ashley Schroeder, you're on deck.
Morning, you guys. My name is David Sanchez. I live at 18933 Squaw Drive in Dolan Springs. I am a licensed electrical contractor here. I do not understand why this cell tower is being installed in a residential area. We already are in a high fire danger area, and you're wanting to add more fuel to the fire with the cell phone tower. The property is abandoned out there. So who is this tower really benefiting? Because I already have full service out there. I hope you and the board vote no on this and keep our residential area a residential area. Save it for the many other places in the area away from our residential zones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ashley Schroeder.
Hello, my name is Ashley Schroeder. I live at 18933 Squaw Drive in Dolan Springs. I'm here again in opposition of the 195-foot cell tower being placed in our neighborhood. The private property it would be placed upon has been abandoned for 7 to 8 years, no permanent residents, and they have left it in deplorable condition. Lots of things to catch on fire if that tower does fall or fail in some way. I don't even want to know what would happen to our log home. Secondly, it's an eyesore. It's really ugly. And I moved out there for our beautiful mountain views and sunrises and sunsets. And I hope you guys do oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was the last citizen we had signed up. Is there anybody else in the audience wishing to speak on item number 57? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any of the supervisors have Supervisor Martin?
Yes. I'd like our attorney, William Davis, to comment on this and to actually just the reasons why we as a board cannot deny the permit or what needs to be done by the applicant to provide information why this permit may be needed. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will defer to Mr. Mitchell since he's taking point on.
Good morning, Board.
Mitchell?
Yes. So I mentioned this at the Planning and Zoning Commission. There is a federal law, the Telecommunications Act of 1996. It is a federal law that preempts state and local zoning laws when it comes specifically to telecommunications towers. It's 1996. Obviously, it's been around for some time, but it is still good law, and courts do uphold it, including the Ninth Circuit. It lays out requirements for local governments, what they must comply with when dealing with these telecommunications towers, which include cell phone towers. Specifically, the Act mentions that you cannot, so as a board, you would not be able to cite radio frequency emissions as a reason for denial. Courts have also found that generalized statements just for health concerns is also an improper basis for denial. On the other side, there are reasons for denial that you can make, but it cannot be based on these RF emissions as well as, and I don't see this coming up, but you also can't make, you can't favor another company for somebody else, right? So Verizon was here, you couldn't favor Verizon over AT&T or something. There is a lot to this. The courts are kind of split on that. But generally, if an applicant makes a showing that there is a need for coverage in an area and that this tower would fulfill that need for coverage, courts have found that it would be improper to deny that. I disagree with that. We have current litigation on that. So I can't tell you exactly how the court would find it a denial, but I can tell you that absolutely a court would find an improper basis for denial if it was based on RF emissions. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to.
Thank you for that. I do have some questions. Is the applicant here? Can the applicant come to the podium, please? I have a series of questions I'd like to ask. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm here with State 48 on behalf of Vertical Bridge, which is the wireless communication facility builder for this.
Okay,
site.
and are you in a position to answer some questions
Of
on behalf of the project? Okay, so I'm going to go down this list of questions I have. Have you reached out to the public in this area on this project?
So we do notify the public that the tower would be built. I believe it's 300 feet of the residences, and then I did receive some feedback from some concerned residents in the area, and I believe you guys were provided with the responses for that. So if any of those in particular are of concern to you guys, I'd be happy to answer that. And then I also do have a coverage needs map. It's kind of to give you a better understanding of why there is a tower needed in this area.
Was there any public meetings or community meetings that were held?
No, there were not.
Okay. I guess one of my questions is are there any other towers in this area?
So I believe there is one other tower in this area, but it's several miles away, and it's doesn't particularly cover the area that we're targeting. We wouldn't be building a tower. We wouldn't be targeting this area if Verizon and their clients didn't particularly reach out to us declaring that there was a need for coverage in this area. Obviously, like you guys, we don't want these popping up left and right. We want to decrease that as much as we can. So because of that, we do have a higher height on the tower so that more than one carrier can co-locate on it, reducing the need for more towers in the future.
I appreciate that. Maybe you could go into a little bit deeper in detail the need for coverage. Like, how bad is the reception? How will this tower improve coverage? By how much?
Right. So I know it was also a concern as to why we would go residential for this particular area as well. I know that their major part that there are dead zones are located on federal land. I have a map here. This is, I don't know if
we get the map up, please. we go.
Is that all right?
Huh?
Okay. So this is Dolan Springs right here. This is the coverage without the current cell tower, or the proposed cell tower. And then this would be the coverage after the cell tower. So even though there is still some coverage right here in Dolan Springs area, the area does go out farther north and farther east. There is federal land there, and the reason why we go residential is that we are required to exhaust every possible option before we go to U.S. Forest Service land. They won't even consider hearing us before we try every other alternative, just because they try to preserve that land as much as possible, obviously. So this is one just example. I believe you guys were provided with this maps as well. I made extra copies if you guys wanted to see them, but that is for coverage that would not necessarily permit or go through buildings, cars as much. So it's more outside general coverage. And then if you turn here, is another example of the coverage right here. Just more expanded coverage up north and east of Dolan Springs. So that is the before. Obviously, this green and blue, it's not as much coverage. To give you a little insight or breakdown as to the key if you can't read it. The blue shows the coverage outside. The green shows the coverage that permeates through a car, and then the red shows coverage that permeates through buildings. So this area in particular doesn't go through buildings as well, and the coverage would be greatly improved with the wireless communication facility. And this would obviously, as mentioned before, go to federal land, because there is a lot more of a need for the tower to hit that area. But this is the closest we can get without going to federal land, if that makes sense.
Got it. Did you look at any other alternative sites after hearing from the public out there?
Right. So we did, so several things with the current location. First of all, following the concerns that we received from the residents, we did try to move the tower to be more centered in the current parcel and the subject parcel that it is in right now. So that way it could be a little bit, I know it wouldn't be ideal, but it's farther away as far as it can get from any residents right now. So it was shifted back south. First of all. Second of all, there are zoning requirements, as you guys know, that we have to maintain in order to have these permitted. One of them is that if the wireless communication facility is taller than, I believe, 40 feet, it has to have an acreage. It has to be located on a parcel that has an acreage over 5 acres. So this one, I think, is one of 3 other locations that we could have gone, but it would still be in the same general area. And then, as mentioned before, we can't go to U.S. federal land before going through all of the private landlords and any other options that we have first.
I've got one more question, and I'll open it up to the board. Can you stealth these towers? I mean, obviously the size, the height is very concerning to some of the residents out there. I mean, is it possible to make the tower smaller or less intrusive, stealth it in some way?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, the reason for the height is to reach the coverage objective, so get farther north and farther east in this case. We also like to keep the height at where it's at right now to, again, avoid having towers popped up left and right. There will be 3 carriers that can locate on this particular facility. So the height is something that we would like to maintain for this specific area, because it would help with the coverage needs as well as reduce future facilities. And then as far as stealth designs go, we typically work with you guys when it comes to that. I don't believe for this particular zoning jurisdiction there is a stealth requirement. Typically you guys request that we blend it into the existing vegetation. I don't know what would blend in best out there. I walked to the site and there aren't usually we have like monopalms, which are palm trees, monopines, which are pine trees, and then, clock towers or something of that sort. So if there's a design that you guys would want us to explore, we definitely could. But it's, as of right now, just a regular monopole.
Thank you. Supervisor Martin, this is your district. Do you have any additional questions for the applicant?
I sure do. Thank you. What I understand that once a week or once a month, there's a generator to charge batteries. What powers that generator? Is it fuel or gas or propane?
So it's a diesel generator, and it goes on, I believe it's once a week for no more than 15 minutes, and it's no louder than a car passing by. So yeah, just one, I know it's the emergency backup generator will only come on, obviously, if there's a power outage, but yeah, it would just cycle for once a week for 15 minutes and not significant noise level at all.
Have you ever, since you guys have been doing this, have you ever had a tower collapse or cause any kind of a fire?
So not in my personal experience. I'm sure that, something's always happened somewhere. I haven't heard anything from my personal experience, but I know that there were concerns, fire concerns in particular, that were expressed from the residents. I also addressed some of those comments in the responses given to you guys, but the landowner, we did speak with him about the items on his current parcel. He did verify that he does reside there. That is his permanent residence. But he advised that he plans on renovating it. So he plans to clean it up a bit. And then everything, of course, the tower facility is it's built up to code. We try to make everything as safe as possible. We obviously don't want anyone to get hurt or any fires to start. If there was an issue, we would definitely, we wouldn't be putting this up if it was.
Speaking of fire, how far is the nearest fire department from this site?
So I believe I think there was an outpost that I was notified. I wasn't aware that it wasn't manned 24/7. We just look at the closest fire stations. I believe it was like 4 miles away. But other than that, it might be like a 20-minute drive. I'm not quite familiar with this particular area, but we did reference that fire station. But again, with the response times for the wireless communication facility, the goal is to ping emergencies as quickly as we possibly can. The tower would definitely help with that, getting resources needed. But yeah, we don't unfortunately have control over where the fire stations are.
Have you guys even been out there and looked at the roads out there?
Yes, so I actually walked the site myself. I did the initial walk with the landowner. Oops, sorry. I saw that there was also some concerns about the roads that were mentioned from the residents. Vertical Bridge does take care of the maintenance and access utility easements to and from the road. So if anything was to be affected negatively, Vertical Bridge would restore it back to the way it is. It wouldn't be an issue.
So you're saying that as far as the fire department would not have any trouble going out there if that generator failed and started the fire. Now, from what I've seen on the property, it doesn't look like it's well maintained. And if a fire started, there's a lot of fuel on that site itself to have a fire expand and even go into the surrounding areas. And like I say, you say you're not familiar with any accidents or incidents that started fires in any other site, but you acknowledge that they could be. It could be.
Yeah, anything's possible with a fire could happen, anywhere, especially with the Arizona heat. But I'm saying that it's not a particular concern as a result of our facility. And as mentioned before, the landowner does intend to renovate the parcel and clean it up a bit so that the neighbors feel a little bit more comfortable.
Well, while you may not be concerned, I think the people that live out there, and me as their supervisor, I am absolutely concerned. And, you know, just to kind of say, well, we're not concerned about it. We don't, you know, we're not going to worry about it. Well, those people that live there and lived there a long time before the cell tower issue came up, they are concerned. And I know I've been out there and I've talked to the residents about the need, and I asked them, I said, do you have good coverage out here where you can make a phone call? And they said, yes, we don't have any problems with drop calls or anything like that. And that's one of the items, I think, by rule, that you have to show the need. Now, if the residents that live there say they don't have a problem with their current service out there, or their, I mean, I don't understand, how can you come in and ask to put a tower up if, and normally what would happen is residents would come to the board and say, hey, we don't have service out there, we need a tower, we need some service. In this case, we got people coming saying, we got service and we don't need a tower out there. And from my aspect, I represent the people out there. I don't represent a company or a company's interest. I represent the people out there. And they've made it pretty darn clear to me anyway, and I suspect maybe to other board members, that this is not something that is wanted, it's not something that is needed, and that there are issues that I don't think would quantify this as a good project. So I don't know what the other supervisors are going to do about this, and we've seen numerous, since I've been attending board members, I see cell tower stuff go through like greased lightning. Nobody objects, everything's good, and it gets approved. This one is met with me a lot of opposition, and for my money and for my vote, I'm going to vote to deny this.
Understood. And yeah, again, I completely understand that there has been some public outcry about this site in particular, but as mentioned before, even though that there might not be an issue in Dolan Springs, at that general area, this site will increase coverage that goes far beyond Dolan Springs. It's not just for the immediate area, it's for the entire surrounding forest area. It goes a lot further than just the immediate area and again, that has been a huge point of need from Verizon and what they've gotten results back from their client.
You mentioned forest. There's no forest out there. It's desert completely. And do you get input from those carriers where they would like a tower?
Yeah, so typically they reach out to Vertical Bridge when they have a need for an area. So they've gotten client calls from their own personal users who've gone to a place, say, that is not as covered, like up here in the green. Oh, you can't see, but it's in the green zone. Yeah, and you know their callers reach out. Hey, there's a need for coverage in this area, and then Verizon reaches out to the tower builder to fulfill that. So
it is in fact the carriers are reaching out to you and saying we want, or we would like, a tower in this area. So it's not driven by the residents, it's driven by the companies.
Not the residents, but the users of the carrier.
But the carriers are the one that are coming to you and asking for you to put a tower there.
Correct. Where there's a need, we try to fulfill the...
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I remind all the folks to go through the chair to make sure that we don't have people talking over each other. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to bring Attorney Mitchell back up. I have a question for him.
Attorney Mitchell? Thank you, ma'am. We'll call you back if we have questions.
I'll wait for Attorney Mitchell. My wife has a Starlink dish on the roof of her car. She's a realtor, and there's a rule with realtors. They must have a phone planted on the side of their head at least 12 hours a day. So that helps her not break that rule, but this is obsolete technology that's going to go away shortly. So I don't know if you want to get too into this infrastructure. But Attorney Mitchell, say I just thought cell towers were ugly. That's a legitimate reason to deny under the federal rule, I believe?
It is a proper basis for denial. Whether or not a court will uphold that, that's up in the air. Courts are differing on that, but that's my job, right?
But it's not one of the ones that's listed like radio frequency issues or anything like that.
That's correct.
It's also interesting that apparently this is going to beam up into federal land, but the federals don't want to give up land for the tower. They want the folks in Dolan Springs to have the eyesore for the benefit of the Park Service, apparently. But that's the end of my questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I would entertain other questions for the Attorney's Office, for Development Services, for the applicant. Supervisor Letton.
I have a question for Director Holtry. Could you briefly recap for us why the P&Z Commission denied this item unanimously?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Letman, at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, we had, at that time, we only had 3 letters of opposition, and then we had 9 individuals come and speak in opposition to the tower. I can't speak for the commissioners themselves and exactly why they decided to vote against it. My observation would be that they had opposition to the item from the public, and there was nobody there for support. So it was strictly, my observation is that it was strictly opposition to that item, and that's why they decided to deny.
Okay, got it. But nobody cited radio frequency issues as a reason for voting against it.
I believe, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Littman, I believe that was brought up, that the radio frequencies, I think one of the commissioners mentioned that. Our attorney at the time, Jason Mitchell, kind of stepped in and said that that's not something that we can make a decision on in that meeting, I believe.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Wish to say something, Supervisor Martin?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to deny this application for rezone.
Heard that motion. Do I have a
Second, because it's ugly.
For that motion, second, any additional discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure before there's any vote on the motion to deny that we have to state on the record specifically why we are denying the permit. Now that we've gotten to this phase, that's why I mentioned it. So for the board to state the reasons of why, if they wish to, on the record, that way we have it for pending litigation.
That needs to be a part of the motion. Is that what you're saying?
It can be during the discussion after the motion and second.
Well, I can start that. I think that I agree with Supervisor Gould that this is outdated technology that's going to be replaced soon. I haven't heard that there's an actual problem out there. I mean, if there's no issue with making calls and having calls come in and out, I haven't heard that there's a significant need for this. I think that if anything goes in, personally, it needs to be screened some way. I mean, and not just an ugly tower. That's what I'm basing my vote off of. Supervisor Martin?
Yes, I think we've shown it. We know that the residents have came out in opposition to this, and they've stated their reasons. Their value of the property adjacent to these towers, we know from previous testimony that it will decrease the value of the adjoining property if this tower is put up. We also see and have heard there is no need for this cell tower. The residents out there have stated that they have phone service and that it's adequate. And that's one of the things that I think the cell phone people have to show, or the tower people have to show, is that there's a need out there. I don't see a need out there. And the other issues that's been brought up was, okay, they did look at other sites, but I don't see any documentation of why those other sites wouldn't have been appropriate. So I think that we have met the burden of what we need to state besides Supervisor Gould's are ugly. I think we've covered that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We did call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Guys appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 58, discussion and possible action regarding denial of BOS resolution number 2025-053, a special use permit for assessor's parcel number 335-08-343 to allow for a private cemetery in an AR zone in the Red Lake vicinity, Mojave County, general area, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended denial by unanimous vote. We have a couple of people that are signed up. First, Garland Love. Come to the podium for 3 minutes. Followed up by Bobby Taylor. Garland Love.
Good afternoon, board. This is Garland Love. I am trying to get it approved for a private cemetery. Not literally a cemetery, but just one person being buried on this land due to a special request of them having cancer, being in the hospital. This is something that they requested. So I was just trying to go through with that. So we put in the permit to get her buried on here, but the whole use of the land is for agriculture. But she was going to go on it with us to, help start the farm. I am from California, but I'm not from Arizona. But I had met people from Arizona that did the off-grid living. That kind of convinced me into getting into it. So pretty much, really just to get her buried here because that was her request of her having cancer. That's what she asked, So pretty much that's what I'm here for,
Okay, thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate that. Bobby Taylor. Morning.
Good afternoon, or good morning. My name is Bobby Taylor. I'm from San Diego, California, but was raised in Maricopa, Arizona. We're asking for a private cemetery for my mother. She had passed away December 1st at 3 o'clock last year. So she's been in a mortuary for 4 months now. So we really just would like her to be buried there. We don't want a cemetery. We don't want like a lot of people to be there. We just want her. We just want to do agricultural and have a farm. We just want to be off grid, retire California. So we like to be in Arizona again and just be comfortable.
Thank you.
That's all. And if it's a concern about a cemetery or one person being there, we don't want any problem. We just would like my mother's to be there. We don't want a cemetery like a public cemetery. We just want her. That's it.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
That's the only other person we had to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience that would wish to speak on item number 58? Please state your name.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer Esposito. It just occurred to me while I was listening to them that this is agricultural property. And so theoretically, if you could take a backhoe and bury your dead horse or your dead cow or your dead sheep or your dead chickens on your property, because it's agricultural, I think that these people should be allowed to bury her dead mother. I mean, if something happens to my husband, I'm going to dump his ashes on the property that I have in Golden Valley, unless you guys tell me I can't, and then I probably will anyways. But, this doesn't seem like an unreasonable request, given that it is agricultural property, and like I said, you could bury a much larger, pardon my crassness, carcass and probably be okay with it. So I think you should allow these people to do that.
Anyone else in the audience? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 58. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Martin.
Yes. How many acres is this property that they own?
Let's bring up Development Services Director.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Martin, it's 1 acre.
Going to have a farm on 1 acre?
The parcel that this special use permit is applied to is 1 acre.
So they own just 1 acre out there?
I can't speak on how many acres they own, but just for this parcel.
Yeah. For this specific parcel, we're dealing with a 1 acre.
Correct.
That might be a question that's directed to the applicant, if you'd like to know how much property they have.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry, what are our current regulations on being buried on your own property?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, our current requirements require that you have to have a designation as a cemetery on your property. We list several zones within the zoning ordinance that do allow for cemeteries outright, but the only zone, or we do also have a provision with our zoning ordinance that allows for a cemetery on any zone with a special use permit. Residential zones aren't typically allowed outright for cemeteries. And that's including burials for just individuals as well. That way, with that being said, you do have to apply for that special use permit to allow for a cemetery on your private property.
About 25 years ago, when I bought my first 40-acre parcel in Yucca, I checked into what it would take to be buried on my own land. And at that time, they told me that all I had to do was that I had to designate the burial area on the deed. Did we change that somewhere along the line?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I'm not familiar when maybe it changed. I do know since my time being here, we've had several inquiries of how do we bury somebody on our own private property. And with the specific uses that we outline in the zoning ordinance, it doesn't list a cemetery. There's no other way that we've been able to classify burying somebody on your property without calling it a cemetery. And so not listing it as an allowed use by right in those zones. And we do have zones that allow it by right. So there are locations within the county that have it by right as a cemetery.
The A zone?
I don't believe it's the A zone. I think we have some commercial zones that allow for it. But as far as allowing it throughout the county in general, we do have a provision in the zoning ordinance that says any zone can have the cemetery as long as it has that special use permit, which is what they're applying for today. And this is how it's been handled. We have had several of these come to the commission and the board since I've been here, previous years. Most of them have gotten approved. This is probably the first one that I've seen that has been denied.
I think like home births and breastfeeding and death, I think we've moved the natural things that happen to humans and we've somehow commercialized these things and made them more of a big deal than they really are.
Mr. Chair.
And I'm not blaming it on you, Scott. It's rhetorical, but
Mr. Chair, I just to kind of further go into it a little bit, I think one reason why we looked into it a little bit further on why we need something saying that they can have somebody buried on their property. One would be, I know there's environmental health or public health requirements for burying an individual, and I think those are things that I would be able to go into, but there are specifics that you would have to adhere to if you're burying somebody. The other thing would be is if it's an allowed use by right, and then anybody could have as many burial plots on 1 acre land in a residential neighborhood, it would be very difficult. So I think it is something that we would want to continue to make sure that we have it as a special use permit. We have subdivisions that are going in that are 1 acre subdivisions, with water, sewer, streets to each of those parcels. And if somebody came in and made one of them their cemetery, I think it would be difficult to say, yes, you can have that, because it's not a allowed use by right in that zone.
Director Holtry, I want to be sensitive to the nature of this issue, but what happens if the property in question is sold and the next property owner does not want somebody buried on that site?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's something that I would know. Yeah, so all I would know is what can you do on that property? And right now they can't, but with this special use permit, it would be something that would be recorded with, at least with the county, that they have this special use permit to allow for that use.
Just trying to understand what a new landowner purchasing a parcel would have to do. Would they have the permission to relocate? I mean, I don't understand the details. Do you?
Mr. Chair, I wouldn't have the details. If somebody came and bought the parcel with somebody that was already buried on there, I think it's their parcel. That'd be they have the rights to that parcel and what's on it, I guess.
Sure.
What they want to do with
But
it.
well, I ask because even a 100-year period is a pretty short time. That's my mortgage. That's my son's mortgage. That's my grandson's mortgage. So a lot can happen in that.
Yeah.
So I ask the question. Supervisor Borelli, you have a comment? Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor Gould.
I think this stuff has been going on since the dawn of time, since humans were placed on the earth. So this is something we need. Thank you.
Supervisor Borelli.
Chair, can we get the applicant down here? I had a question.
Ms. Taylor, can you come down to the podium, please? Or both of you can come down if you'd like to. Thank you.
While you're coming down here, I'm going to ask the question because Supervisor Martin asked the question, how many parcels of land, is this the only acre you all own? Or is this part of a bigger?
It's two. We also own the plot next.
Can you speak up?
Oh, we also own the plot right next to it. Like literally right east of it. So it's like two. It's like 2.3.
You have 2 acres combined.
Like 2 acres. So we put it on this specific parcel because we had to pick a designated spot. So we kind of put it like southwest of the acre.
Then you have the adjoining one right next to it.
Yeah. Yes.
Any other questions? Director Holtry, I just had one question. You said something that caught my ear. I'd like to know why the P&Z Commission unanimously denied. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, we did have one individual come and speak against this item at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Also, the applicant was not present at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to answer any questions that the commission had. With that, the commission recommended denial. The other thing I would mention is they did see it as a very small parcel for allowing a private cemetery on. The other ones that we have approved in the past were a lot larger acreage than just 1 acre. This is a subdivision that was platted quite some time ago, and they're all just 1 acre parcels right next to each other. That was something that was brought up at the commission meeting, stating why they were in opposition.
Are there residential properties?
Mr. Chair, no, it's undeveloped. There's no residential properties in that area. There's no access to a lot of these parcels either.
Thank you. Pleasure of the board. Supervisor Martin.
Make a motion, we'll approve it.
Can you repeat that?
I make the motion that we approve and allow them this opportunity to put their mother on their property.
Okay, you've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
For that motion and second, any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I just appear to do have it so ordered. Item number 59, I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 59, discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2025-054, a rezone of assessor's parcel number 329-08-053-195-250-338-419-472, 481, 500, 505, 530, 531, 532, 533 from an agricultural or single-family residential 1 acre minimum lot size zone to an AR zone to allow for RVs as temporary residences in the White Hills vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have a few people that have signed up. First being Chuck DeShazer. Just one person.
Good morning. My name is Chuck DeShazer, 8778 Polaris Road, Topeka, Arizona. I really don't care one way or another on the rezone issue here, but it brings up the initiation of the board being able to look at ordinance 37K for establishing RV permits in Mojave County. And at this time, I'd like to bring up the fact that right now, you're only allowed to stay in your own RV for 14 days, a total of 30 over any given calendar year before you need an RV permit. So if somebody has property in Mojave County and they want to move from Oregon 6 months out of the year, come down and stay on it, they would have to, according to this, install a septic tank, be permanently hooked up to it, pay $140 a year, $75 a year for every year that it gets renewed. Right now, I've looked into the numbers, and we're looking at 3 years ago we had 509. Last year we had 474, and this year I believe the number is like 311. Which you're looking at $75,000 that's going into the county coffers for parking your own RV that you register at the MVD, and they're the ones that should be regulating motor vehicles. When you can take your RV to a dump station at an RV park or a truck stop or wherever you need to, and not have to pay $8,000 to $10,000 to install a septic tank onto a property. I purchased a property within the last year for $910 from Mojave County, and it's 3.5 acres. But if I want to put a travel trailer, an RV, I'd have to pay $10,000 to get a septic tank put onto it. I'd have to then get this permit for $140, even if I wanted to use it for a month and a half out of the year. I'm just asking that this board look at 37K, the establishment of recreational vehicle and park model unit permits. From my understanding, this went into effect in about 2015. Prior to that, they didn't have the requirement that the RVs be permanently hooked up to a septic tank being installed on the property itself. I'd also like to bring up the fact that you probably have 150 to 200 RVs between the Pilot truck stop and the Bullhead City airport, and those people are unregulated. There's not a septic tank there.
You. Kathy Tackett-Hicks.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Kathy Tackett-Hicks. I'm acting as the owner's agent. I just wanted to bring up a little bit about this. So these are R1 lots. This is one of the thousands of lots that the county currently has platted in the county, which have never been developed. So when I say legacy lots, they're in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 20s. This particular one is over 60 years old, platted. None of it was built. What occurred and why there's been a change in the RV stuff is a direct result of the pandemic. When people then needed to be out and about, there was a huge surge in RV units. There was no place to put them. With all of these legacy lots, they made the perfect place for someone to come from out of town to get on their lot. So the county looked at that, and since it was longer than 14 days, many instances, people started working mobile out of these units. So the county instituted the septic requirement, which I think is great. It is expensive, but it's not for a 14-day visit. It's for much longer, a year or two, or however long. And these permits have to be renewed. So the septic requirement was intended to protect the environment. About 2 years ago, I did process a large lump of these in this location, over 200 lots. The market for these was big. There's one particular developer who's doing this, marketing these lots, bringing this area back to life. This is the next set. It's only 13 lots, but RV users, it's a thing now. So, and these old legacy lots are being revitalized as a result. I'm happy to answer any questions. I just wanted to explain a little bit.
After I close the public hearing, if there's questions, we'll bring you back.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last person we had signed up. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item before I close the public hearing? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 59. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Martin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like Mr. Davis to comment on this. We've had conversations about why the county instituted this and the reasoning behind it. So I would like for Mr. Davis to advise us and the audience what this really is all about.
Attorney Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So go very, deep into zoning law, and I will spare everybody that discussion. But essentially, the way that zones work is that they're designed for the community to develop in a certain way, and we have our general plan that is how the county government visualizes the next 10 years of development will go. Zones are in a specific area of how we want a rural area or a urban area to develop. And then if someone wants to change their zone, then they come before the board and neighbors get input because change the zone affects them. The way the 37K works and the way that all zone works is it lists what you can do with your property, and if you want to change that, you request a rezone. You get to rezone, you can do the things that are listed there. 37K allows someone who wants to live in an RV, which is not uncommon. So not a mobile home, but an actual RV, to live on the property for longer than just a weekend trip or whatnot, that they can stay there. There's a number of properties that I've seen that have this, and the real point of the septic system is, as Ms. Hicks said, is to prevent someone from just dumping wastewater straight into a wash and going down and seeping into the environment or things like that. So the requirements, other than the septic systems, are quite minimal, and they're able to be renewed once a year into perpetuity. So if someone says, I want to make this lot my forever home with my RV, it's great. They just come in, they renew it, and it goes. And it's administrative. It doesn't have to come before the board. The only reason this one is because the zones are changing from R1 to AR or RE, which are the two zones that you can have RV models that you can live in. Happy to answer any questions. Mr. Holtry, I'm sure, can also answer questions.
Answer your question, Supervisor Martin?
Absolutely.
Any other comments from the board? How did I entertain a motion? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry. Does it require a permanent connection between the RV and the septic tank?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, are you speaking of the RV when it's on the property has to be permanently connected to the septic system? Is that
I just wanted, Mr. DeShazier commented that it required a permanent connection. I'm curious if it does require a permanent connection.
To my knowledge, no. But what we require is that it has to have that septic tank on the property.
Okay. So they can't haul a septic tank around with.
That's not, not in our requirement.
Okay. Out of order.
Come to the microphone, Mr. C.
Item 3, or item C, is recreational vehicles permitted as temporary or permanent. shall be connected to approved wastewater disposal systems. You know, and that means that if you want to pull onto your own property for, say, a 3-month period, and you don't have a wastewater system, you can't get an RV permit. So it has to be connected while it's on the property. If there's no wastewater system to connect to, you can't get the permit, so you can't stay there 15 days in a row, according to 37K.
My question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. DeShazer, was you said a permanent connection. I was curious what was meant by a permanent connection.
You can't have you can't have any connection if there's no system there, and you can't get the permit without having the system installed. So therefore, you're going to have to be connected, it says, to, and when I went over to check with the services department the other day, they said they don't even go out on these permits unless the RV is more than 10 feet away from the connection.
I know it was a question. I was challenging your answer to a question, not giving you a second bite at the apple to try to convince us. So, Mr. Holtry, it doesn't require a permanent connection. It requires that the septic tank be permanent.
Correct.
So if they have a slinky from the waste outlet from their mobile home to the dump of their septic tank, that's acceptable.
Correct.
Thank you, Chairman.
Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Holtry, is there power on the property? Electricity? I mean, they got to plug it in the RV?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Borelli, that is not a requirement that we require for those RVs. They can have a generator, or they could have solar. So that's not a requirement that we require.
Just to recap, the county's not requiring them to have a power source. They can have their own power source. They have their own containment for water and waste. But now we're going to require them to get septic.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Borelli, this is a requirement that we already currently have. It's not something that we're debating right now. What's before you right now is a zone change to allow for, I think a lot of these residences in this subdivision want to be able to have an RV, and currently with the zoning that is placed there, they can't. It's an R1 zone, and it's not something that we allow for in the R1 zone. By this, it's been changed several times, this specific subdivision, for hundreds of lots, and this is just part of that. They want to have the same zoning as their neighbors.
Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. I open it up to the board for a motion. There's questions? Supervisor Martin.
I think we're talking about two different things here. I think as far as the proposal that is being proposed, I don't have a problem with that. I think that what Mr. DeShazer bringing up has some validity to it, and at some point we ought to discuss it further, because this is a classic case where the government is telling people who own their own property what they can do on it. And that to me sounds kind of like un-American, but we'll discuss that another point. But as far as this rezone, I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Heard that motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item number 60 and item number 61 have been withdrawn by the applicant. We're going to open up the public hearing on item number 62, discussion and possible action regarding denial of BOS resolution number 2025-057, a rezone of assessors parcel 324-10-260 from an AR zone to a C2 general commercial zone to allow for a plumbing company in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended denial by unanimous vote. We have a couple of people that have signed up to speak. The first being Jack Earhart. Dave Bose, you're on deck. Followed by Cindy Bose.
Hello, I'm Jack Earhart. I live on Adams Street, 3 lots from where this plumbing company wants to rezone to commercial, and then I own 4 of the 6 lots closest to it on Adams Street. And I've got 15 years or more in planning and zoning experience, and generally you don't put commercial next to residential. You obviously plan a community that has lower and higher density, then you go commercial. This applicant put a 250-foot long warehouse on this residential lot and then proceeded to start a business there immediately. And he's also operating on county property, where his trucks and the delivery trucks are on county property. I've told the Public Works about it, but they don't seem to care too much. He also put no trespassing signs on the county property that he's operating on. So we're speaking in opposition to it. If we could please keep our residential neighborhood residential. He doesn't even have paved street to his business that he's operating right now there in a residential lot. So just strongly speaking in opposition to spot zoning this commercial operation.
Thank you. Dave Bose.
Good morning, Board. My name is Dave Bosey. I live at 4020 North Lameda Street. And 197 feet of my backyard borders Mr. Perry's property that he wants to rezone. He has built a large building there and seems to be operating a business, plumbing business, illegally, and has been for a while. So there's been a lot of complaints, and I certainly don't want a commercial property behind in my backyard. I don't think anybody does. If you would buy a house and have a home and there's a vacant lot next to you and someone decided to buy that lot and build whatever they wanted and do whatever they wanted, then comply and decide they want to rezone, I don't think anybody would want that. So with that being said, I oppose the commercial zoning, rezoning of this property. And I've been here for 27 years in Kingman. Now, I'm not against growth, but it should be done properly, in the right manner, and in the right place. There's lots of commercial properties for sale and commercial zones that a plumbing company might be welcome. That would be a great area. Not in our neighborhood, not in our residential area. And for that, I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cindy Bosey. Followed by Kevin Burgess.
We do have some pictures I would like to show.
Sure. Just move that where that paper is. That's where.
Put it on an iPad. Would that work on here, or would it glare? Could I do that? Could I try it?
Should, yeah.
Give it a whirl. I'm going to fumble for a moment. Don't start me. Am I on? All right. So good morning. My name is Cindy Bosey, and I reside at 4020 North Lameda Street. As my husband just mentioned, the plumbing business is my backyard. I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning from residential to commercial for the current business, Kingman Plumbing and Supply. It's been operating and is still operating in a residential community. It's disheartening to think that the rules seem to apply for some and not for others, and are obviously being dismissed at 4025 North Adams Street. The attached photographs speak volumes about the lack of consideration to those who live in the area. Perhaps it's naive of me to think that rules apply for everybody. So what I have here is on 8/8/24 is the first violation letters for operating a business in a residential area. On 12/24/24 was the second notice. On 5/8/24, a complaint of a business in a residential area. 5/21/24, a file created and given to the inspector with a lot of violations. 8/12/24 is another inspector report. 12/23 and 12/24, we have the inspector logs. This is because he tampered with the natural flow of water. My backyard is flooded. I asked the question on social media because no one would give me a right answer. I said, orchids to anyone who knows the name of the plumbing supply company that operates in the building located off of Gordon. Mr. Perry's wife answered, Kingman Plumbing Supply, and she gave the phone number. So that just shows that that's a business. And here's a photo of the business that is opened, that is running. Zoning sign that I noticed on 3/20 for this meeting. Okay. 2 days later, those signs are taken off on both spots. As of 4/3/25, he's still open for business. And this is just showing that I'm not trying to put anybody down, but pictures speak volumes about somebody's intentions. And I oppose. Thank you for your time.
Kevin Burgess. Randy Perry, you're on deck.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Burgess. I own a home just down the street from this proposed change here. And as Ms. Bosey stated and shown in her pictures, there has been a plumbing company being operated here for probably the last year to year and a half. And I guess it was a little easier to ask forgiveness than permission to do this. And when it was brought before the planning and zoning was told by the business owner that he's not operating a business there, which it definitely was. And when it was denied, he adamantly left, stating he'll just continue to do what he's doing. And I definitely do not want to see the board given approval to put a commercial piece of property next to these residential properties. Not only will it devalue our property, but it's going to cost a lot of money for current homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Randy Perry.
My name's Randy Perry. I live at 3147 Kingman, Daphne Avenue, Kingman. This building was permitted and built as a storage building. Okay, for me. I use it as a storage building. I don't have an office in there. I don't have power. I don't have anything there. It's a storage building. I have an office elsewhere and another storage area elsewhere. I use this property as storage. I am trying to turn into a plumbing company yet. And if you look around, what is there, right next to me is a Pekino restaurant. Several places down the street are operating their businesses out of their property. The rest of them look like junkyards. And, if you look at this traffic, what I am trying to do here, if we can show this. Yeah, this is my property. I now have block wall all the way around it. The one gentleman said, oh, I flooded out his yard. I didn't flood out his yard. I just stopped him from draining onto my property. But I have a block wall all the way around this. You can see this is Powell Street that comes into the subdivision, and then it splits off to Adams, and it splits off to Irving. people in the neighborhood have to deal with on Irving, they have to deal with half the traffic. The people on Adams have to deal with half the traffic. I deal with all of it on this street here. This is my property right here, and the main traffic comes in and feeds this whole subdivision right by me. There's no way that that is going to be a residential. Now, if I get turned down, yes, I will build a small house there and sell it. But no one's going to buy it unless they're a car enthusiast or they want all the traffic. But it's just, I have not operated a business there. I do operate my storage facility there, yes, and I do go there and pick up my trucks, and I do go there and pick up my trailers. But it was built as a storage facility. It was permitted that way, and it was zoned that way. So I'm just asking to use it as a buffer. I put a block wall, I put up the fencing at the request of the zoning board, the staff. The zoning board turned me down, the staff recommended approval. Okay, you people get the final vote on it. I'm just trying to do it the right way. I put a block wall all the way up around the property. I have fencing all around the property now. I have gates up. You know, I am trying to mitigate the difference. And the building is 100 foot long. It's not 250 feet long. It's 100 foot long. And, you know, I got a permit for it. I built it, all that. Yes, I did. I put a block wall all around it. Now, would you much rather have us see a block wall and all of that, or you got places like this that are junkyards right down the street from me, 2 doors down from me? This is what I have next to me. Okay. You know, this is what I'm trying to, I'm trying to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was the last person that we had to speak. I'm going to close the public hearing, and now I'm going to open it up to conversation with the board. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I forget your name, but sir, do you reside on the property?
No, I don't. I don't. I built it as a storage facility. I built it as that. Originally I was going to put my boat in there and my RV in there and all that, but during the pandemic, things changed. Situations changed. So then I'm using it now for storage. I am using it for storage for my plumbing materials too. I have a go-kart in there. I have a golf cart. I have plumbing materials. I have trailers. I have trucks in there. Yes, I do.
Mr. Chair, follow up. So you go to your customers, the customers don't come to you?
Correct. I don't have an office in there. I don't even have a bathroom in there. I have a porta potty there. Okay, I don't have anything there. It was built as a storage facility. I will turn it into a plumbing shop if I'm given permission. I put the block wall up. You don't realize what a block wall costs until you put a block wall around an acre of property, yeah. And they hand you the bill. I did it because at the request of the zoning board, of the staff, I did that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll call you back if we have questions. Any other discussions? Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Holtry. Does planning and zoning staff recommend approval, or did we change that to proper for consideration?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, we changed it to proper for consideration. In this instance, it was directly adjacent to other commercial zoning. Therefore, it wasn't spot zoning. They would have to comply with all of our commercial standards. If approved, they would have to comply with all commercial standards. So they would have to do a site plan, show that they meet setbacks, show that they have proper drive entrances, parking, and so forth. One thing I would also like to mention, just lost it. You're gonna have to come back to me.
But the statement proper for consideration means it's legal for you to ask us, for the property owner to ask us to rezone the property.
Correct.
It's not an approval saying this is a great project. We hope this goes forward, which was what when it said staff approves of this project, we would have people that would come in and say, your staff thought it was a great project.
Correct. Yeah, we look at the zoning, we look at the general plan, we look at whether or not it could fit. We don't make recommendations based on if that is, we're very objective. It's not something that we're recommending based on the need or it's a good location for it. We're looking at whether or not it could fit our requirements.
So if the individual uses that building for the storage of business material, when do you reach the point that that's a commercial use?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gould, I believe we've already reached that. We currently have a zoning violation on the property. It's an active case. We're trying to gather information whether or not we could take it to court yet, based on the evidence that we have. A lot of times, if you have a business there, you're going to have signage, you're going to post online, stuff like that. So that's stuff that we could take to court. Just cars in front of the building is not, it's difficult to take that to court, but we're still working on that code violation. We also recently, after the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, received information that they were constructing inside of this building without a permit. We had our inspector go out and he red tagged the building based on the work that was being done there. And on last month, on the 17th, we sent him a notice for violation. And they have until the 17th of this month to correct that violation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moultrie, what type of work were they doing inside the building?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Borelli, they were constructing walls and plumbing for the to the building and inside the building. They couldn't they can't make any of the interior walls or bring utilities or stuff without a permit.
It does look like the commission denied this by unanimous vote. I think the gentleman did say he was going to turn this into a plumbing company if he gets approval. I'm going to make a recommendation of denial of BOS resolution number 2025-057.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 63. Discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2025-058, a rezone of assessors parcel number 332-24-015D from an AR 5-acre minimum lot size zone to an AR 2A agricultural residential 2-acre minimum lot size zone to allow for a minor land division in the Kingman vicinity. Mojave County, Arizona Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. We have no one signed up to speak on item number 63. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on item number 63? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 63. What's the pleasure of the board? I make a motion to approve BOS resolution number 2025-058. You've heard that motion second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 64, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 64, discussion and possible action regarding denial of BOS resolution number 2025-059, a special use permit for assessors parcel number 310-25-001 to allow for a private family cemetery in an AR 36-acre minimum lot size zone in the Kingman vicinity, Mojave County, Arizona. Commission recommended denial by unanimous vote. We have two people signed up, first being Brenda Early. You want to come down to the podium?
Another one.
And also...
I've never seen one.
Excuse me if I get this wrong. Adia Early? Adaya, excuse me. So, whichever order you guys want to speak in, go ahead. Or at the same time, it's fine by me.
I think it was denied because I didn't know that we needed to show up to a meeting. And so this was our final chance to be here for whatever you guys needed, any information you needed. My mother is on hospice, and we bought the property. It's 49.5 acres. We wanted to put a family cemetery on it so that our family could, because it's a heritage property, my two sons and my daughter will each have a portion of the property, and then we just would like to be able to have a family cemetery there also. My mother would like to be buried. She's one of the owners, and so we wanted to be able to give her those wishes as well.
Thank you. you like to say something? We can give you 3 minutes if you like.
I am Adaya Early, second co-owner of the property in question at the address 6895 North Michigan Way. We request our special use permit for a private family cemetery be approved. My grandmother, Carol Wright, is the first co-owner. She is on hospice care and expressed wishes to be buried on our property. My mother, Brenda Early, and myself also wish to be buried with my grandmother, Carol, in the very distant future, as well as my brothers, Timothy and Jonathan, also co-owners of our property.
Thank you both for your testimony. Those are the only 2 people we had signed up, so I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 64. Does the board have any questions for staff? Supervisor Burley?
Just a question, is there a dwelling on this property?
Would one of the applicants please come up? We've had a question from Supervisor Borelli. Is there a current residence on this parcel?
There is not. We did have a septic tank put in, and we do plan to move there. Not in the too distant future. We just need to develop.
Can you repeat that? And maybe speak up into the microphone. Thank you so much.
Yes, we do not have a residence there yet. We have a septic tank, and we do plan to develop, not in the too distant future.
So you are planning on having somebody actually reside on that parcel?
I'm sorry.
You're planning on having somebody actually live on that parcel?
Oh, yes. In fact, my children they'll all be, it's a heritage property. It'll be developed between all of them.
Did answer your question, Supervisor Burley. Any other questions from the board? Otherwise, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve item 64 as read.
Heard a motion and second to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. It's 4 minutes to noon. Would the board like to continue with another item, or should we break for lunch?
Push on.
Let's do that. Okay. I'm going to open up the public hearing for item number 65. Discussion and possible action, approve or deny the extinguishment of ingress, egress, and public utility easements in the Santa Fe Ranch Yucca area, including East Granite Road at 60 feet wide, 2,573.22 feet long, more or less, and South Rifle Road at 84 feet wide, 2,566.40 feet long, more or less, that are collectively adjacent to APN 122-14-1014, parcel 128, APN 122-14-10, APN 122-39-4, and APN 122-39-11, where pre-existing fence encroachments exist on portions of said easements adjacent to APN 122-14-14. If approved, then approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2025-062 to approve said extinguishments. We have a couple people signed up. Robert Hooper. Come on down. And then Carol Wilk, you're on deck. Followed by Randall Barrett.
Sir. Mr. Chairman, board members, manager, staff. My name is Rob Hooper. I am the applicant for this extinguishment of easement. And it's, from my point of view, it's a pretty straightforward deal. State and county allows this type of application and action to take place. I own the properties, 3 parcels that these easements go through. The idea of roads being built here someday, I think, is a little hard to understand because of the cost of putting the roads in. There's really no need for it. There's no access to any other properties being blocked on these easements. As far as utilities going in here, we're miles and miles away from the nearest power pole. And the power company, if they were to come out there, would do what they normally do and follow the existing roads. The fence that seems to be the question here was not built by me. It was on the property when we bought the property. We owned the parcel to the north of there. And when our neighbors built their home, and the fence, which we now own, didn't bother us. It's a few feet maybe into it, but not a big deal. We're not blocking any wildlife. We get beautiful deer and a whole lot of javelina coming through. bobcats and coyotes. So there's just nothing blocked. And our neighbor, Amy, that lives in the parcel next to us, they're really excited about getting this because we really don't want cars going by. We don't want people walking by. We live out there for the reason most people live way out there is we like the solitude and the quiet. And so to hold these 8 acres for no reason just doesn't make any sense. So when county staff said, well, here's an option for you, we said, yeah, we'll do that. We'll pay the fee. And I want to compliment staff for the good job they've come out and posted it and done the survey work and everything. They've been very kind and easy to work with. So we'd appreciate your vote to approve this so we can enjoy our property more for the reasons we bought it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Carol Wilk, Randall Barrett's on deck.
Hi, my name is Carol Wilk. I live at 542 Harvard Court in Kingman, but I also own property out there in Santa Fe Ranch as well. And I just wanted to speak in support of allowing for this easement to be extinguished. I also have one of these easement extinguishments pending. And how we got to this point was just basically because of the whole general area has a lot of these easements that are of no use to the county or to any utilities. And we just had one complaint initially. Now there's been 2 more complaints by the same person to try to force us to abandon that section of our property. We own the property where these easements are, and we're just basically trying to fence our property. We can't build any structures within 150 feet of our property lines, according to our CCNRs out there with the HOA. And so I'm supporting Rob's abandonment request, and I hope that you'll vote in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Randall Barrett.
Good morning. My name is Randall Barrett. I live at 1026 Rimrock in the Yucca area, and I live in this development, the Santa Fe Ranch development. I have some documents here to put on the screen. We can get those brought up. The application, the information today says pre-existing fence encroachments. These were not pre-existing the establishment of these roadway easements that were dedicated to the public. So that's misleading. It was pre-existing to the current owner. We're not getting this documents up on the screen. Can I get those, please? We're not getting any documents. Here we go. All right, so there's the pre-existing. This is the record of survey. This is the record of survey that applies to all the roads around Mr. Hooper's property, both the improved and the unimproved easements that we're talking about extinguishing today. This section right here, when you read that, says that does hereby grant the roadway and utility easements as shown and platted hereon to the public for the use as such. Now that applies to all of these. Granite Road that you're being proposed to remove the easements, Rifle Road that you're proposing to remove, Creosote that is currently improved, and Diamondback. And the people who own these properties own halfway into Diamondback as well into the other easements that we're talking about here. So the ownership is not an issue. It's an issue of the legal establishment of what these are. All of these roadways around the house, including the ones that you're being asked to extinguish, have the same legal designation. As far as never being used, every lot out in Santa Fe Ranch that was subdivided relied on those easements, those roadway easements for access. No cul-de-sacs were created. And so this will affect the future of the development of this properties. As far as how I feel personally, I have mixed feelings about it. I'm sure the people who ignored the law And I know that Rob Hooper did not put that fence there himself. People that ignored the law and put these things in the easements, the encroachments, were very happy if you approve this. But the people who followed the law and came to the county told them you cannot put fences in those easements, so they put their fences up already, probably are not going to be as happy about this if this gets approved. And I just want to say that I'm not happy with the whole process because there's been so much corruption involved in everything that I've found out in the last year. And I'm just sorry that I bought in a corrupt POA, but this is in your hands now as to what the future of the roadway easements and the Santa Fe Ranch development are going to be. What's going to happen in the future? This is in your hands, and so I leave it to you, and so thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. That was the last person that had signed up to speak. So we're going to close the public hearing. Item number 65. I'd open up to the board for discussion. Supervisor Borelli.
Yes, so a question for Supervisor Gould. Are you on this POA board?
No. I've never been on the POA board. My wife's never been on the POA board. I've been to one POA meeting other than the annual meeting in the last 25 years that I've owned property on.
This is in your district. I'd like to get your opinion.
The picture that Mr. Barrett shows basically these 40-acre parcels that are laid out in a grid. The developer graded the roads to the front of both of the parcels. And they also gave easements on all the other 3 sides of that property. So you have 60-foot easements and 84-foot easements going around that for utilities and access. You're probably never get utilities, and if you do, they're going to run them down the road that's already graded and used. If they need to get in, I don't think I've seen a 4-way split of these parcels where they actually use those roads, the easements around the property. Most of the time, the people go into the middle. They'll do a 4-way split, kind of a hopscotch board, and they'll put a road in between the 2 front properties with a cul-de-sac in the back to access the 2 rear properties. So the roads really aren't needed. It ties up quite a bit of land on a 40-acre parcel. So if you fence it, you've got to hold back to it's either 30 feet or 42 feet from the property line that you can't fence. Mr. Hooper owns 3 parcels. So theoretically, he cannot fence his 3 parcels together as one area. Yeah, as it sits, he has to leave those open. And it also, people can go drive. Basically, they could take their car and drive through that area now legally, even though it's not graded. And none of these roads have ever been graded, except for that front road that the people use to access their property now. And there's 2,800 of these parcels out there also. There's a lot of them out there. But I don't see any reason to deny the request. And if it was going to create an access problem for a future split of those parcels, that's going to be on the property owner that's requesting the abandonment anyway. So it's on him that he's reducing his options were he to subdivide those parcels. They're not rights of way, they're easements. So technically, and I know more about this than I really want to know, but an easement, the land still belongs to the property owner. A right of way was given by the property owner to the county to administer for the public. So they're actually being taxed on that land also. If it's an easement rather than a right of way. If it was a right of way, Mr. Hooper would have to buy that land back from the county. And you see those go through from time to time also.
I have a question for Director Latosky. Is he on the Teams meeting? Director Latosky?
Yes, Chairman Lingenfeld.
Just one question regarding this, regarding the fence issue. Can you tell me if a revocable encroachment agreement might be an option here, and why that might be something that we want to look at? You're not wrong, Gilio. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chairman Lingenfeld and members of the board. There is and has been confirmed by staff as part of our noticing for this easement petition that there is a encroaching fence along approximately the center line of both roadways being petitioned for easement extinguishment. There is some past precedent, some actions that have been facilitated through Public Works with approval by the board of what's called a revocable encroachment agreement. We've had instances, one instance where we had a wellhead in county right-of-way. It was a little impractical, if not impossible, to effect its immediate removal. The board approved a revocable encroachment agreement which permitted that wellhead to stay in place. But the agreement provided for future removal if and when any public improvements were necessary that would require its removal. I also remember we did one not too long ago in the Golden Shores area for a private business. They wished to just put some additional landscape rock to make for a better transition to their parking area in the county right of way. And again, we drew up an encroachment agreement just for the purposes of if the county were to undertake any public improvements to the roadway or require that improvement to be removed, that we would have the agreement to enforce it.
Would something like that, I mean, something probably won't happen for decades out there, I agree. That basically allows the fence to stay in place, and then someday, if ever, if there was a utility improvement or a road maintenance improvement, is that when something like that would come into effect?
Chairman Lingenfeld and members of the board, yes, that's the intent of such an agreement, that in this instance, the easement would stay in place. However, under the agreement, if approved by the board under a separate action, a separate meeting, the agreement would allow the fence to stay in place and actually not be considered an obstruction or an encroachment into the right-of-way because it's actually a permitted encroachment.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Director Latosky since we've got him online, or if not, I'd open it up to the board for discussion or a motion.
There's no other questions. Motion to approve.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second? For that motion, second, any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Clerk Scooble, was there a request to reconsider item number 64? I mean, what?
Yes, the way the motion read was for it to be, or was to be approved as read, which is actually a denial. And I don't think that's what we want, that the board wanted to do. So I wanted to see if you wanted to reconsider.
Yeah, I'm going to bring it back. Do we have a motion to reconsider item number 64?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. I'd entertain a motion on item number 64.
Okay, so the motion should be to deny the denial, which in effect is approving the application for the cemetery.
Okay, you've heard that motion. Do I have a second? Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? As appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, regular agenda, item number 66. We do have one person signed up to speak. This is discussion and possible action, approve and sign contract amendment number 1 to contract number 24B13, countywide annual newspaper contract for advertising and printing with today's News Herald of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, extending the contract through June 30th of 2026, with all other terms and conditions remaining the same. On behalf of the clerk of the board, with funding through approved Mojave County departmental budgets as required. Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead. I'm under the impression that they've raised your prices on the getting the whatever they call it, the digital. They've upped your price twice. I thought this was a contract through June 30th, 2026. Now what happened to the old contract? How are they able to up their price These three newspapers here, Kingman, Lake Havasu, and Bullhead, is a joke anyway. I warned you guys about letting them buy this company anyway, and I know that you probably couldn't do anything about it, but I've seen this before in Eureka, California, where they've taken it and trashed it. And if you live in Kingman, you've gone down to 1 day a week. We've gone down to 3 days a week, and I don't know about home delivery. What's that? Needles, I think they're getting it to the mail. What they did to the Laughlin Times, it's half a page in the Wednesday paper, which is taking up my room. Used to be a full-size newspaper, 3 or 4 pages. I'm asking you that they do not be able to, I think last Monday, they had the paper come out and they slashed it from 16 pages down to 8. No editorial section. I think they're going to get rid of Bullhead Cities to 1 day a week. That's what I've seen this in Eureka, California at the Times Standard, what they did about 15, 20 years ago. The Democrats bought it out and turned it into a rag. What they're trying to do here, they take all our editorials and they're gone. Argus Hamilton's gone. The cartoons are all Democrat, whatever. I don't know what you can do. I know you all have secretaries and they do need this, little they have in there. But you need to make it to where they can't go from 3 days at the Bullhead City newspaper, that they cannot go to 1 day a week, etc. And I think they're going to go to, I don't know what they're going to do to that Kingman paper. They've just destroyed it. Havasu is the only one that's kind of stayed the same. Whatever. But somehow how did they get to raise the prices a couple times? And I don't know who's going to be able to answer that question. Somebody should know what they charged last year, the year before, how long this contract been into business, whatever. But they're going to screw us. I swear to God, they're going to go to 1 day a week in Bullhead. Not even here.
I open up to the board. Supervisor Gould.
Chair, I think I was the one that pushed this off. I believe it was over the lack of a price on it's my standard Gould objection, number 3.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lincolnfelter, Supervisor Gould. Yes, you asked this to be continued because we didn't have the contract price for legal advertising. We have no authority over how the paper prices their subscriptions or how they issue their newspaper. So I did provide additional backup. I did explain in the meeting, but I provided this backup that we pay per column inch. And so for legal advertising, we pay $5.71 per column inch. For display advertising, same price. For the classified box line advertising, the insertions, it's $27.76 per column inch. And then year to date, at the time that I issued this memo, we had spent $58,000 last fiscal year, and we're at $45,980 so far this fiscal year.
Thank you. We're limited on who we can choose that have to meet the requirements of what the state legislature's laid out as our requirements.
Yes, they have to meet the requirements of what the state legislature has laid out. And historically, we had to come back every single year and recompete. A couple years ago, they changed the law and they allow it to be a renewable contract. So this is the first time we're actually doing a renewable contract. And then for our purposes, we could do a weekly publication newspaper. We had historically allowed the weekly publication newspaper, but it was causing a lot of problems when the board would continue an item and then we couldn't meet legal publication requirements. So we switched and asked for more publication dates, which is why we're paying a higher price per column inch. We're paying to meet the needs that we have.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any other discussion, or I'd be open to a motion? Supervisor Borelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this would be a question for Council Davis. What if we don't approve this and renew? Other than the newspaper bashing us and all the time, so.
Outside of the contractual issues, which I'll leave with Director Acton, we are required for zoning changes, for example, or ordinance changes to publish in a newspaper of general circulation. There was a bill this session that would allow it to go online instead of in paper. That bill did not cross over from the Senate to the House. So what happens is we wouldn't fulfill that requirement if someone were to challenge, let's say a rezone failed. It was denied by the board. The applicant could challenge the board decision and say that it wasn't properly noticed in the newspaper and therefore the decision was void. So that would be a legal consequence that could come for not having a publication in the newspaper.
Chairman Lingenfelter.
Yes.
So there's two distinguishments that they use for the public hearings. Like Will was saying about the legal notices for planning and zoning, it has to be a newspaper in the county seat. The ones for things like finance, where we do budget, we have to have it as contracted newspaper. We have to have a contract with the newspaper.
I was going to say, I can add to that also when you're done.
Yeah. So there's a couple of things that you're doing with this.
So as the county, we're responsible for determining what qualifies as the county paper. There would be implications for other government entities because they are required to meet their publication through the county designated paper. So if you were to deny renewing this contract in order to be legally compliant with the publication requirements, we would go back out to bid. My personal opinion, professional opinion, it wouldn't put us in any better situation. We're very limited in the papers that are available to us. And so we'd likely end up paying more for the same service. By renewing, we're going to keep the pricing the same. They did not ask for a price increase this year.
Sarah. Supervisor Letton.
But Director Acton, we don't know that. I mean, if we were to go to the weekly publication, if we put it out for RFP, usually when there's competition, prices come down.
So we did compete a year ago, and we actually had 2 offers on this one. The other one was almost double what the prices are for this current one. So you're correct. We don't know. That's an assumption, but just knowing the market and knowing that one of the struggles that we have is I think we have 2 companies that own all of the papers in Mojave County. And the other one did offer, they were more expensive, almost double the price of this current one. If we went to the weekly publication, that was the Kingman Daily Miner, still owned by the same company that owns this one. And then we would be running into a lot of the issues that we had several times where we had to continue items because we did not meet publication requirements. And so it caused a lot of problems. I'm looking at Laura, she was running P&Z meetings at that time, and we had a lot of problems by not being able to publish in time to meet legal publication requirements.
We talk about subsidizing a dying breed of business. Yeah, I was going to say, what about the Standard also? Thank you.
I believe the Standard was the one who offered. I can get more information for you all, but I believe the Standard was the one who offered as well, and they were even more expensive.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against this.
It's a difficult spot to be in, but you know, when it comes to planning and zoning issues, you know, time's money with a lot of these businesses and organizations, and you know, when you have to reach out to those applicants and say, hey, we have to tack on, you know, another 2 weeks or a month to your timeline, it impedes business.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Manager Elters.
Thank you. Really quick, related to the legislation. So we've been faced with these challenges for some time, the inability to post and delay and meet the requirement, especially as we approach our tentative budget, preliminary, and then final budget, and so on. So Mojave County is the sponsor. We requested legislative change to try to overcome and to post online. And we've done everything we could to get it through. It has faced some opposition. We and our representatives worked with the papers lobby from around the state to come to some certain terms and agreements that we can live with and they can live with. But then the bill faced opposition with other members in the legislatures that wanted to take it further and
it has not gone anywhere. I just wanted to provide that we really have been challenged. We've tried to bring about a change, legislative change that allows us to comply at the same time, work with the limitations that we do have.
What's the pleasure of the board? Well, I'll move it forward. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. What's the pleasure of the board? Supervisor Gould.
Tara, how long? Sorry. When does the contract expire?
The current contract expires June 30th.
So you probably have enough time to put out another RFP.
I will clarify, we can't do an RFP. It has to be a bid. That's in state statute, so we have to do it through a formal bid process. We could put out another RFP. I did pull up the information from when the award was done. Our options were Mojave Daily News Herald submitted, and then Mojave Valley Daily News and today's News Herald submitted. Our evaluation of price would be our estimated cost for FY25 with today's News Herald, $35,000. Estimated cost with Mojave Valley Daily News, $263,000. So I want to caution you guys that I don't know that we will get a better result. It's part of having a very limited market.
Careful what you're stepping in, is what you're saying.
Yeah. But yes, we could get another bid out and likely to this board prior to June 30th. Where there will be problems, though, the paper is only the paper through June 30th. With some of those 30, 60, 90-day publication requirements, we're going to run into problems where they won't be able to meet publication in time if we don't get an award recommendation to the board till the second meeting in June.
Any questions?
I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much circulation is mandated?
Ooh, you're asking me a question that I don't have off the top of my head. I think the requirement is that it needs to be, a minimum number of publications, and it needs to be available across the region. But that's the very layman's terms. I see Laura might actually have a little bit.
I was going to say it's not a number. It is of general circulation is the term that they use in the state statute.
Attorney Davis.
To give the most infuriating lawyer answer, it depends on the statute. So some of them say general circulation, and then some of them also say in the area that whatever that it's impacting. So there's not one clear answer for one paper, for one statute. So sometimes it's more
I think we run the risk of paying a whole lot more for the same service.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
We may want to consider in the future coming up with some way to advertise this ourselves along with what the statute requires. Maybe we post them on a website and you let people subscribe to that website and you blast that out to them every time something goes on there. Because I think what's going to happen in the legislature is as they've been trying to push similar bills since I was there. And they just never get over the finish line. Eventually, they're going to do something where they'll say, well, okay, if you've got your own method of doing it, we'll let you do that. So it seems like we might want to gear up something that way. And it also gives the people that you often hear we didn't know anything about this until it showed up on our doorstep.
I would like to provide just perspective. Each department is already in a lot of ways doing that. We have been frustrated with the reach. Just being frank, the way to get information out about bid opportunities is not to post a 1-inch column ad. And so our department posts it on our website. We have the county's notice page. So a lot of departments are already doing that, realizing that the intent of publication is to inform the public, and that newspapers are not necessarily the best way to inform the public. We are doing the minimum of what's required. Many departments have cut back to the bare minimum of what's required. My department has pared down our publications because it's tripled our cost to publish on behalf of departments to make notice when we have formal bid opportunities. So I do think departments are already doing that, and there has been a legislative push to try and get it so that certain things that can be posted on your website would be excluded, and they haven't been successful.
Sure. You might want to figure out some way to consolidate those things so people can sign. The person that reads the legal notices in the paper can sign up to our email blast and be blasted every time we add a word to our list.
Chairman, just to let you know, we have that currently in place. You can go and subscribe to our pages, and it's broken out into different areas, such as public hearing notices. You could also go for just to find out things, and it gets pushed to your email. So that's nice.
Thank you.
Apparently, we need to promote that a little bit more since our Board of Supervisors is unaware of this.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the board? We have a motion or something? Let's move this one along.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
would the board consider approval for a period of time, just so we get beyond our budget posting and preliminary and final, because those are the requirements and by statute.
Got to do something. Open for a motion.
You know, perhaps
to make an alternative motion.
Perhaps for a period of time, just to get us through.
Oh, we got to do something.
Until we have time to react and go in a different direction.
Open to a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
I move that we direct the procurement director to go out to bid for a contract that upholds the state statute requirement for advertising.
I'll second that.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? No. Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Thank you. We're going to move to item number 68, discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2025-060, a resolution in support of public tours of Davis Dam for National Public Lands Day 2025. Supervisor Lettman.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Bureau of Reclamation and Davis Dam. So I've been working with the Bullhead City School District. They've requested that class field trips be allowed back into Davis Dam. This hasn't happened since almost before 9/11. And in concurrent with that, we've also taken a look at opening up the dam again to public tours on a very limited basis. The Bureau of Reclamation is looking for an invitation basically from the four governmental bodies that are concerned with this. That's Mojave County, and ours is here today. Bullhead City Council passed their resolution this past Tuesday. Clark County Schools will be providing one, and also Bullhead City School District will be providing one. The intent here is to get ourselves ready for National Public Lands Week and Day. That is in the final week of September. We're looking to allow the public to enter the dam on Saturday, September 27th, which is actually National Public Lands Day. We don't have a decision on this at all from the Bureau of Reclamation, but we want to go move forward with this. This is also in preparation for what we're referring to as Davis Dam 75, and that is the 75th anniversary of two big events at the dam are approaching. The first one on January 8, 1951, the then Secretary of the Interior flipped the switch for the first time and generated power into the dam. And we're kind of looking for perhaps a current Secretary of the Interior to come back next January. And we'll come back to the board with this later on to invite him to come on out and flip the switch, put a plaque, whatever he'd like to do. It's a nice way to get Secretary Burgum to come on out to Mojave County. It's a great hook, but that'll be happening. But most importantly, on December 10th, 1952, the dam was actually dedicated, and we believe by the then Vice President of the United States. So you can kind of guess where we're headed with that event in about 20 months. But anyway, this particular item in front of you is just a statement of support for the opening of the dam for public tours, and in support of also having school students from Bullhead City School District and Clark County Middle School to go into the dam during that week.
Great, thank you for that. We have one person that signed up to speak, Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead. I spoke last Tuesday in opposing this at the city council meeting in Bullhead, the Dog and Pony Show. There's a reason why this was closed to the public. You know, there was a building that was blown up by some airplanes that flew into a building in New York City. And it wouldn't take much to hit this dam with an airplane. Saudi Arabia is not done with us. There are such good friends and neighbors forever and ever since the Shah has gone. We have no friends over there. And I just don't see us opening up the Hoover Dam. I've been on that back in the 80s. I went through down to the bottom, and that's pretty cool. But there's a reason why we have these things closed. Back the road from Arizona to Nevada and vice versa, you drove across Hoover Dam. There's a reason why this was closed, and it needs to remain closed until all those people over in that area are our friends and allies. They are not. They have no problems stealing an airplane, a big jet, whatever, and we all live down river of that thing. I don't feel like swimming when that dam breaks. I don't know if Hoover Dam's open for tours. The kids can go up there. The public can go up there. I don't need this as a tourist attraction. People are not going to come all the way to Bullhead to go down in a tour of a dam. They're going to come up here to gamble. That's already there. This is just a dog and pony show. I just don't see it being open again. There's a reason why it was closed, and I hope the Bureau of Reclamation doesn't do this. I'm 77 years old, and I don't care about a 75th birthday anymore. That's another dog and pony show. Let's have a party. Yeah, anything, yeah, but I don't want these terrorists taking my dam down with an airplane.
That was the last person we had signed up. Entertain a motion. What's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve item 68 as read.
Thank you. Do I have a second? You have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 69, direct the clerk of the board to invite the Mojave County Airport Authority to make a formal presentation on May 5th, 2025, regarding the MCAA's 5-year forecast, operational statistics, operational and service goals, along with infrastructure plans and development of commercial land around the airport. Supervisor Lettman.
So back in January, we talked about the Mojave County Airport Authority. We had our attorney for the board briefly review for us some of the more salient points of this lease that was executed in the 1980s and 1990s, and we discovered that we have a lease going through 2087 at a rate of about 4 cents a year, I believe, is what it comes out to. And the Mojave County Airport Authority and Laughlin Bullhead International Airport, I keep getting asked, do we want to take this airport over? No, we don't. Nobody is interested in taking over an airport. But that airport is critical to the economic development of that area of the valley, in fact, for the county by itself. And it's critical that their economic development plans, not just for the airport, but equally important for the land around the airport, be aligned with the county's economic development plans and Bullhead City's economic development plans. And so I'm requesting that the board, that that group come and tell us in a presentation what exactly is their plan for this airport. When are we going to get air service, if ever? Do we need air service? What are you going to do with this commercial land around your airport that is sitting there right now in the hands of a not-for-profit corporation not collecting 1 penny of property tax on the vacant land? I think we deserve a presentation.
Thank you for that. Entertain a motion or additional discussion.
I move to approve item 69 as read.
Second.
Heard that motion second. Any additional comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 70, discussion and possible action regarding direct the clerk of the board to formally request the available audited financials for the past 2 years of the Mojave County Airport Authority and request reception of the financials by April 21st of 2025. Supervisor Letman.
Okay, so this is the second part of a three-parter, and in order to know what the airport's doing, and again, I have great confidence in the airport and the executive director of the airport. They're good. They know what they're doing, but we need to know what they're doing. Okay, so Attorney Davis, I believe our original lease going back 30 or 40 years allows us to take a look at the financials. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Letman, that is correct. That is.
Okay, so we've always had the right to go look at the books and see what's going on. I don't believe we've ever exercised that since the lease was executed. I'm not aware of it. I can't find anybody who is. And I think it's important to know what's going on with our 4 cents a year we get, okay, for the lease, what's appropriate, and what's being done with the land and the arrangements that are therein. So I'm looking for, and we've been asking for these financials, August, September. This goes back, and they're in the middle of a forensic audit, and most of us know why they're having a forensic audit. Okay, and they've asked a little extra time to get it completed, so I changed the original motion from April 14th to April 21st to give them an additional week to deliver the audited financials to, I believe, the attorney.
Scotty McClure?
I thought I signed up for 69, the one previously. I don't know why I keep getting hammered here as far as not being able to get up here and speak. There needed to be something else than signing up for this crap. Now, you've thrown me off here. I was going to rebuttal some of the stuff in the previous. Now I can't do it. I don't know what business it is of ours that we're hassling the airport. And I remember in January, I asked you to get one of the Laughlin people here. They would know what Don Laughlin did when he owned the property. Why haven't you gotten him here? Matt or his dad or his sons or daughter, they're all very well-educated people. And they know what Don and his wife were up to when they owned that whole area. He built that bridge and then made that road up around there. It's called Laughlin Ranch, and 40,000 acres or whatever he owned, 10,000. But you have no idea what he made a deal with. And since you won't invite Laughlin here, and you can't get air service here because it don't pay. The last time I took a flight out of here was back in the 80s. It was a 19-passenger weed hopper. Went to Ontario, then to Burbank, and then back here. That was the only way out of town. And you can't get these airlines. Bullhead's giving them $50,000, $75,000 all the time. And money well spent. They just took it and put it in their pocket. There's a reason why they won't come here. Harris and Don Laughlin have their own planes flying, per se, with the contract. So we don't need any more airlines like United or whatever shoveling money out. Yeah, we just put it in their stockholders' pockets. But you need to find out what Don Laughlin agreements were, whether they were verbal, on paper, or whatever. You need to invite Matt. or his father here. They were on the same show you were on there with Larry the other day. And they have the answers. I don't know why you don't want to invite them. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't want to know the answers. This is bull. I don't know. Still got 41 seconds to yell at you clowns. Oh, boy. It's going to be a long 33 seconds.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, may I reply?
Of course. Supervisor Littman.
Consider Matt Laughlin invited. I'm sure he would be happy to come on up with the board representatives, and the reason we're inviting the president of their board and the executive director is because they're the ones that run the airport. So I would move to approve item 69 as read.
Second. This is item 70.
Item 70 is read, I'm sorry.
Second
For that motion second, any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 71, discussion and possible action, approve the adoption of BOS Resolution number 2025-061, a resolution in support of Mojave County Airport Authority granting a Mojave County representative a seat on the board of directors. Supervisor Lettman.
So this is the third part of the three-parter. This is correcting an error that should have been fixed back in 1987. Okay, if we're going to lease all this land for $1, okay, we should have a right to be a voting member on that board, okay, to see what is going on and have access to the meetings, the minutes, the financials of this nonprofit corporation called the Mojave County Airport Authority. We've also encouraged Bullhead City to seek a seat on that board. The economic fortunes of this county and that city are tied to the airport. And again, we love the airport, the people who are running it. We have a right to have a seat on that board. We are leasing the public's land. That land belongs to Mojave County. Okay, we should be on that board. The only thing, when I move to approve, is there any speakers?
No.
Okay.
That's not true. We have one. Do you want to bring up a speaker now, or do you want to continue your... Scotty McClure.
Scotty from Bullhead again. In 1932, my dad graduated from Stanford in aeronautics. He became Bellingham, Washington's manager of the airport. It was him and his secretary. He was paid by United Airlines. And that was it. Now you want to put more people, more chiefs, less Indians. Look what it's thrown into now. We got all these board of supervisors, and you want the city council. That's 12 more people on the board, per se, that have a say. 7 Bullhead City, 5 supervisors. Even though you're only going to send 1 each. But that's 12 voices. My dad ran that airport. It was the most strategic airport in the United States because they were able to, even better than SeaTac, because they were able to ship stuff up to the Aleutians Island and down to Midway. And that was it. Even the 50 miles from SeaTac, it was better up there, and he was running that. And I know one of the most important things you get is mail. And they were running mail through that route. 2 people ran that, United Airlines, in that whole airport. They didn't need, after the war ended, they went to Idiotville. And all of a sudden, Bellingham's got 50 people on it probably now. And you want to put more people on, more chiefs and no more Indians, huh? Enough. Let's make more gun laws. There's not enough of those that we can't do anyway. It's just, how about letting the board that we have down there run their own business? I know there's some shyster going on. We'll put them bastards in jail.
Supervisor Lettman.
So to reply to that, I don't think we really care if they cannibalize an existing seat on their 7-member board or if they add a seat. It doesn't matter as long as we get a permanent voting seat on there. And the intent is to have one representative from Mojave County. I don't even think it needs to be a supervisor. In fact, I think the preferred method is to have a member of staff who has a good, strong financial background and can take a look at that. And I don't believe Bullhead City is looking to add 7 members to the board either. 1 member representing the city of Bullhead, whether that's a member of their council or staff. So we have that. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve it with one modification. I'm going to add that in the 4th paragraph, that a permanent seat on the Mojave County Airport Authority be changed to a permanent voting seat. Okay, because there is quite a difference on this board between an observant member of the board of directors and voting members of the board of directors. We want a voting seat.
Thank you for that motion.
Second.
We have a second? Motion and second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. Item number 72. Discussion and possible action, direct staff to formally amend contract number 21P4, Medical Examiner Services, awarded to Serenity Memorial Group, to renew the contract through June 30th, 2026, to secure services for the duration of fiscal year 26. And 2, authorize the procurement director to sign the contract amendment so long as all other terms and conditions remain the same. We have several people that are signed up to speak. It's going to go through those first. First being Sharon Haugen. Thank you. If I mispronounced your last name, I do apologize. Frank Padini, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Chairman and the Board of Supervisors, and thank you. I am here to really energetically...
Speak into the microphone, please.
I am here to earnestly, energetically urge you to not give another contract to Mr. Hassett. The prior board voted August 19th to take away this contract renewal because of all of the mismanagement that was going on, the whistleblowers, the investigators, and horrible things that were going on with the deceased. I have to remind the board that all of you were elected to represent not just the living, but all of those that have died and the dying and their families. And they deserve the best quality of care and treatment. Right now, we don't have that. We have a businessman running the medical examiner office. No other county is doing this. We don't even have a medical examiner on call here. He uses a doctor in Tucson and a retired doctor in Phoenix to come here once a week to do autopsies. This is not a medical examiner on call to go to death scenes. I really, really wish that you would reconsider this, because you are rewarding a contract after bad behavior. And knowing all of this bad behavior and misconduct has gone on within this medical examiner office under Mr. Hassett's management, you are validating that you know this, but are doing nothing to correct it, thereby being negligent. We need our own in-house. You said you were going to start working on this August 19th when you voted not to renew his contract because of the mismanagement. And now you want to reward him with another contract, extending clear to June of 2026. You have some other options here. And I wish you would really energetically look at these and postpone this until you can really, really give someone else a contract. Give Monolith a contract to take over Hassett's. Work with them for the interim until you can afford, you say you can't now, to install our own in-house county morgue, which every other county has one. I don't understand why you would want to continue this type of misconduct and his misrepresentation, how he's not really doing the job he's supposed to do. Even in the funeral homes, my daughter didn't get a cremation until 1 month, and I had to do a over prayer body prayer on a frozen stiff body with a quilt thrown over it 3 weeks later. This is not right. This has to be corrected, and please, urgently, do something about this to make it right. Thank you.
Frank Paolini. Scotty McClure, you're on deck.
Afternoon. Frank Palini, Mojave County. I'm against renewing his contract.
Thank you, sir. Scotty McClure. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Scotty from Baldhead. I agree with the first speaker. Totally. We've been putting up with this for 4 years now. Are we still missing bodies that we were 4 years ago, or did that get fixed? Some of you weren't on this board. We're missing bodies. Havasu, Kingman, wherever. We had a whole row of mortuary people here, and they couldn't figure it out. I want to know if we're still missing bodies. Now, coming here this morning, I drove up Marina Boulevard. We had a mortuary down in that area on Clearwater and Marina. It's vacant now. Since Florida bottomed out, they've moved the dead bodies down to Mojave, Fort Mojave. So there's a morgue for you, possibly. It says for lease. So maybe somebody ought to go down there. Since it was used for a mortuary, we could probably use it for a morgue. It needs to be looked at. It's a better choice than that thing way in the heck out there that you got here that you want to auction off or whatever. But that's a new one that came up just today. I noticed a sign on it for lease. I saw him moving the stuff out, so I knew something was going to happen. But as of today, it says for lease on it. Go look at it. Clearwater and Marina.
Jennifer Esposito. Sean Reagan, you're on deck.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. Well, Mr. Hassett and Serenity managed to make statewide news on Fox 10 on 3 separate occasions. Because this comes up so often, I was looking into it. I did a random, news search for articles. And I'll just read you the headlines that have appeared thus far. Mojave County to end contract with man in charge of ME's office after MCSO investigates complaints. We have Mojave County will address major concerns raised by funeral homes regarding medical examiner's office and concerns raised in Mojave County as owner of several funeral homes runs medical examiner's office. I oppose renewing this contract. I guess it was a couple of discussions ago. I was sitting in the back next to a physician who I believe might have been with that Monolith company or something. But he said, I can't believe I keep having to take time off to come down here for this. He said, we could do it for pennies on the dollar of what, they actually had a plan and they want to pitch the plan to you. But apparently because of, requests for qualifications or, putting things out to bid or whatever, I got the general impression just from whispering back and forth to him sitting behind me that they had a really good, well thought out plan to do this and save the taxpayers money. I can't see why anybody on this board would want to give Mr. Hassett a contract, given that the previous incarnation of this board seemed to have very good reason not to renew it. You're going month to month, but you just keep kicking the can down the road. People are dying. This needs to be addressed. But I don't support giving this contract back to him. If you're getting by on month to month, then fine. What's the difference between month to month and the contract other than you're not committed long term to Mr. Hassett? Now, I'm sure his intentions are good, but the road to hell was paved with that, as we all say. But why not just continue with the month to month and find another solution? Or invite, you bring people in here all the time to do presentations. Why don't you invite those other people that are actual certified medical examiners to come and give you a presentation? For God's sakes, when Jean Bishop was District 4 Supervisor, she invited Cactus Utilities to come and give a presentation on buying GVID. Why don't you just invite them to give a presentation and hear what they have to say? Maybe it's better, maybe it's not. Maybe, doing it at the county, maybe taking it in-house. I don't know. But it seems like you should at least hear the other people out without a time limit, give them an opportunity, hold a special meeting, whatever you need to do, before you renew a contract with somebody whose contract you didn't renew for good cause. It's just my opinion. And apparently other people.
Sean Reagan.
Sean Reagan, Bullhead City. For one, I wholeheartedly agree with every one of these speakers up here. As a matter of fact, I was disappointed to see this on the agenda, that we're renewing a contract with an individual that people don't want. And clearly there's been misrepresentation. There's been corruption. I don't care what name you put to it, but I don't feel that we continue to reward someone who has proven well beyond fact that they're not qualified for it. Like they keep saying, we kick the can down the road. What interests me is that we've had millions of dollars stolen from us from the last administration in ARPA money given to you guys. I don't know if it was 48 or 84. There was several different numbers around. And I knew that when Miss Angus gave $100,000 for a freaking garden in Bullhead City, yet we have veterans out here killing themselves, that was more important. And then we had the money to do it back then. Whether it could be used or not, I don't know, but there's no accountability to it. We don't do any audits to that money. So where did it all go? Then there's the opinion that the hospital was given a room. They were giving you a facility for that, and that got turned down. So yeah, there's options here. There's other options here. Quit spending our damn money. You know, you didn't have to take it. The ARPA money, you didn't have to take it. There's a lot of places that didn't. They gave it back. We took it. We spent it wildly. If there's money left over, fine. Maybe use some of that to find a decent one. But I think that with all that money that was spent during COVID, we could have found somebody and have kept them in business up until now. And right now, I wholeheartedly agree with most of the community out here. We do need to find someone else. And I really hope that you reject this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker that we had signed up. I'd open up to the board.
If I
Supervisor Letman. Yeah, please call it out. My peripherals aren't so good.
I'd like to go ahead and explain what we're trying to do here. This is the first of what I would call a two-parter. And I don't think it's a good way to run an organization to have contracts that are sitting out there on a month-to-month basis with, I think the close is November of 26th is when it actually runs out, something like that. That's just not a good way to run an organization. So, two steps here. We need to close out the contract with Serenity Group. We need to set a date when this is going to be over. Okay, so that they can prepare, in case they don't get it again afterwards, to shut down the operation, transition it to another person, or they have the ability, okay, to plan for the future. The county needs to plan for the future because there's a budgetary process involved. That's why I had picked the arbitrary date of the close of the next fiscal year. But in fact, I'm more than willing to claw that one back to the close of this calendar year. Because it's a two-part proposition, okay? You close out the existing contract, you put a final date on it, and then you move to step two, which, Jennifer, I completely agree with you on the need to find another way. And in fact, the other way, allowing them to make the presentation, the way to do it is going to be on item 73. And that's reopen an RFP and get them back in here, and they can stand up there and give us all the presentations they want. I would like to hear it because I think we'll get to item 73, but that makes one of the most fundamental ways to drive costs down is competition. And one of the best things we can do is to be sure we have at least 2 applicants for a future RFP. Because if I'm down to 1, I'm not going to get a good price. But if I'm down to 2 or more, hopefully even more than 2, I can drive costs down because the 2 applicants know that they have to bid against each other. So in terms of this particular item, okay, I just want to close out, okay, provide an end date so that we are forced to go into item 73, which is the creation of a new RFP. There's 3 new members on this board. I think we need to have input. We need to have our procurement director put together. She can do it through a workshop, whatever she would like. okay, a new RFP for this process. But I'm actually in agreement with you. Let's find a close date. Let's move over to an RFP. Bring in Monolith, bring in Serenity, whoever else wants to bid on this. Let's drive this down to the lowest price possible per what we need in terms of service standards on a new agreement. That is why I have this particular motion in front. In fact, I'm going to move to approve item 72, and I'm going to change the end date to December 31st of 2026. Excuse me, December 20 of 2025.
Thank you, Supervisor Letman, for that. Do we have a second or additional discussion? Supervisor Martin.
Thank you, sir. Just so the public is aware, I can't speak for everybody up here because I don't know, but I personally have visited and went to the offices of both Monolith and Mr. Hassett's business. I've also, in Supervisor Rich and I went to Coconino County with the county health director, and we went through that. So this is, and we've had meetings, and we've heard from other entities that are involved in this business about what's being done for their criminal investigations or yada yada. So this isn't something that we've just walked into that we don't know anything about. I think we do know a lot about it. I think that Rich has proposed an idea that may be good, that we do it that way, that we close this out on December 31st, and then we start all over again and let anybody that wants to make a presentation to this board for services, let them do it. Like I say, I met with them. They invited me. I went. So, we got a motion now. If you want to see something done, we're going to vote on it here shortly. But do understand, and just for the record, Sharon, I promised you I would read this document. I did. I gave one to Sonny. So we're not going in this thing blindfolded or with no knowledge of anything. Quite to the opposite. I think we have.
Order.
And we're going to go forward with this, and I will absolutely support Rich's motion.
That was a second. I'm sorry, ma'am. You're out of order. Do you want to hear from the lady that wants to address your comment, or no?
Sure,
Okay.
Why not?
Come up to the podium and say what you need to say. And everybody needs to go through the chair because it's getting a little squirrely, okay? We're not going to have everybody talking at the same time.
Sorry. The question
Speak through the microphone. Thank you.
The question that I have is you're talking about services, and I don't hear anything about what you were supposed to be doing is getting an in-house real county morgue. And you're saying that Mr. Hassett then can present his services, but he's not has anything to do with a medical examiner. He's not qualified. So you're not considering any in-house presentations. You're just considering anybody can come in here and give a presentation about the services, including Serenity, to continue their services. I thought you were supposed to do an in-house county morgue, not just providing a service. I'm confused.
Supervisor Letman.
So Sharon, as we said when you came to visit my office, and thank you for the visit, okay, there were three models we had talked about for providing the services. There's the in-house model, which frankly I wish we could get to. But as I stated then, we don't have the money to build a morgue. And we certainly don't have the money to bring the pathologist on county staff, on county payroll, and all the technicians, all the cars, all the fuel, everything that goes with it. My opinion, we simply don't have the money. So the second option is the outsource option. That's the present option that Serenity has. And I suspect that's going to be the option that Monolith is going to come forward with.
Well,
They're going
that's
to
a
probably
good one
provide their
for
own
Monolith.
facility. They're going to provide their own pathologist, their own. I don't know that until he submits an RFP. And then, of course, there's that third option, which is a hybrid between those two. And I think that's what Dr. Swap had originally talked about. I'll do the heavy lifting pathology work, and county, you take all the staff and all the cars and all the fuel and everything else and bring them on load. We talked about that several meetings ago. But in terms of in-house, if we had a lot of money in the county, I would love to bring this in-house. I would love to build the morgue. I'd like to do those things. We're just not there yet. And we wouldn't know that officially until we get into a budget workshop on April 16th, I think we're doing, when we'll really get a peek at what's going on, okay, in terms of the dollars. But I just don't see
Well, this is
we have the
long
money
been,
for this to bring it in-house. I'm sorry, but that's
well,
how
this
I
is-
see it.
Madam, please go through the chair.
oh, this has been going on, Chairman, this has been going on for over almost 4 years. And it was going on long before that too, where we don't have our own county morgue or a service that really can provide real medical pathologists and do the right thing and not making their own rules up, which are not according to Hoyle, and how they handle these things. I'm just curious as to, if you don't have the money, you didn't have it 4 years ago, you didn't have it 8 years ago, when is it going to be? When is it going to be of utmost importance as the only county that does not have our own county morgue? And I don't understand this, and most people don't either. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on item number 72? Comments, Supervisor?
Did he make a motion?
I did.
There's a motion and a second on the floor right now where I've asked for any additional discussion. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we are, 3 years later. This was a temporary solution. Staff was asked to come up with a permanent solution. When you relieve the pressure off of people, it doesn't give them motivation to act. And that's my problem with this, is I see that we're relieving the pressure to act. They had 3 years to do something. They didn't come up with anything until we finally forced them, and they came up with an overly expensive model. And I just don't want to relieve the pressure. I'm tired of hearing about this. I want to get it done. Thank you.
I'll go on record by saying that I do favor issuing a new RFP, and we'll get into that discussion next item. With that, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 73, discussion and possible action, provide direction regarding preferred levels of service to the procurement department staff regarding the issuance of a new or revised RFP to award a new medical examiner services contract in compliance with appropriate state statutes, with services expected to commence on July 1st, 2026. Supervisor Ledman.
Okay, so this is the second part of the two-parter. Now that we have a final date on the existing contract, let's move towards getting a new one. And based on the new date of closure of December 31st, 2025, this one will be changed that we have to commence services on January 1st, 2026. That should give us plenty of time to do an RFP, get out there, get input from the board, input from staff, and I would encourage Director Acton to have a workshop with us, or at least those of us who are new to the board, so that we understand the ins and outs and that we understand the objections from both groups to the existing contract and the old RFP that we had. I would not recommend just bringing the old RFP that was out here. I think a brand new one's needed, and I think that's where we should head.
Supervisor Ledman, did you say January 1st of?
Yeah, I would go ahead and technically make them. Well, we can't make the motion to we heard from the public.
I
But
was
yes,
just going to qualify your statement. I thought I heard, I wanted to make sure I heard the right date.
yeah, you heard January 1st, 2026.
Okay, we do have one person signed up to speak. Scotty McClure, you come up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. It's got an asterisk by this, if you were going to go in there or not. So I did sign up for it. That many of you had been coming here or even read the newspapers, you wouldn't have to ask questions about this. You should know we've been dealing with this crap for 4 years. And for you to put 7 items on this thing, it's just a dog and pony show. It sounds like he's running for re-election. I feel that you're still under Hildy Angus's in her pocket, that she still controls you. This is Hildy talking when he's talking, and I'll stick by that.
I was the only person we had signed up to speak on that item. Supervisor Lemon, I would support your motion. As far as the scope of services, something that's always, and maybe Tara, you can answer this. So when we go out for attorney services, we have an attorney write our scope of services, and we have a bridge that needs to be designed. We have an engineer that writes the scope of services. But when it comes to a physician, for medical physician services, we're not having a medical professional, I don't think, write the scope. Is that true or is that not true? I think that, doctors that go to school have the same level of education requirement, at least as a professional technical registrant, an engineer, or as an attorney. We should treat all 3 of those professional disciplines on the same level when it comes to writing scopes of services. How do we treat the scope here? How was it written and who wrote it?
I appreciate that. I would say this one in particular was a collaborative effort with public health involved, with the county manager's office involved, based on their historical management of the contract. I think the struggle that we run into when we're talking legal services, we have attorneys on staff that can review and provide that information. When we're talking engineering, we have engineers on staff that can review. We do have a provision in our code that we will not accept specs from a dealer or from a vendor. And so we're in a weird spot here that we don't have a medical physician on staff that can help write the spec. We can work with other counties. We can do something along those lines to get the review. So generally, when it's an area, there's lots of things that we don't know what we don't know. And so we try to keep a very general spec. And then part of the proposal is we ask those who would provide the service to tell us how would you go about meeting the specific need. We could possibly maybe work with a medical examiner. The problem, I guess, that I'm struggling with here is the ones that I'm aware of are working as contracts to our current service provider, and there's a chance they may want to provide those contract services. If they help us write a scope, then they're not able to compete. And so it's just, how do we get around that?
I recognize the strange conflict. I do feel strongly, though, that when it comes to professional services, whether it's attorneys or engineers, technical registrants, or doctors, if we're going out for those services, we should have somebody with a degree in that discipline helping to write this scope of services. It puts you and everybody else that's not a doctor on staff in a very uncomfortable position. Is there a special, like a professional association or something that could maybe help, that's made up of doctors that do this type of work, that maybe we could work, or maybe there's another medical examiner, a doctor that's working for another county that says clearly, I'm not going to put my hat in the ring for these services in Mojave County. Could we reach out some way like that?
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, Manager Elters.
I think what you mentioned last, that your comments would be a great idea, and I was sincerely thinking that would be a venue that we can explore. We have 2 adjacent counties that have forensic pathologists as their own employees, and they are clearly doctors and qualified. We will, as part of this process, pursue a consultation with them, either free of charge or maybe even at some cost. And if there is a cost, we'll bring it to the board to get approval. but I think that would be a great venue to reach out, ask for their input. They're comparable to us in many ways, Mr. Chairman and board members, and they've been at this quite a long time, having their own. They experienced what we experienced before they brought it in-house, so we will gladly reach out to them, both of them, and to specifically name them, it would be Yavapai County and Coconino County.
I appreciate that, Manager Alters. It's comforting to me. Again, if we had a bridge to design, we wouldn't ask a non-engineer to spec a bridge. So why are we asking non-physicians to spec out these services that are going to be provided by a physician? It's comforting to me, so I thank you for that.
Chairman?
Supervisor Lemon.
Certainly concur with what you just said. And also, I added into the motion, you said a medical examiner services contract in compliance with appropriate state statutes. It is really important as we build this that we understand what the appropriate state statute is, because that appears to be much of the area of disarray in the present one that was out there. What exactly is the state statute? The exact qualifications for Culver. So hopefully that's incorporated into our RFP proposal.
Any other discussion points? We have a motion from you, and did you second, Supervisor Martin?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, could we state the motion again, Madam Clerk? Sure, that's
is what we're going to do. It sounds like we're going to give, staff's going to go assemble something, but that's not really what this says.
Let's have it read back.
Okay. So it would be to provide direction to the procurement department staff regarding the issuance of a new or revised RFP to award a new medical examiner services contract in compliance with appropriate state statutes, with services expected to commence on January 1st, 2026.
You think that needs to be amended, Supervisor Gould?
Yeah, because it kind of sounds like we're going to do that right now. And it sounds like we're going to do it at a future date.
Supervisor Letman, would you be willing to revise your motion to capture the fact that this board is requiring that they reach out to the other medical examiners that are actually physicians to help them write the scope of services?
I do. I support that completely.
So I will need to have you retract your second, and then if you want to revise your motion.
Okay, so we'll move to approve item 73 as read. The expected time of the commencement of the contract will be January 1st, 2026, and that will include input from other medical examiner departments of other counties. Is that enough?
Yeah, that sounds good. Anything else, Supervisor Gould, that you...
So you added that to the existing motion?
Yeah.
Okay, that's...
Thank you for that. Would you like to second that motion?
I will.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it so ordered. Thank you, Board. Item number 74, I place this on the board agenda, discussion, possible action, discontinue the public information officer position, reallocate the associated funding to support the addition of the Mojave County Sheriff's Deputy position in fiscal year 25-26. We just had our longstanding PIO leave. I think the budget is about $130,000. We heard from Sheriff Schuster that takes about $120,000, $125,000 to staff up and get another deputy out on the street. I think he requested 4 deputies this next fiscal year. I've seen that staff's proposing that we fund 2 of those 4. This would give you another deputy on the street next fiscal year. We have one person signed up to speak, Jennifer Esposito.
Thank you, Jennifer Esposito, Kingman. This position was created by America's second big government, Hildy Angus, when she was on the board. And the problem is that you don't need to pay a full-time person to write press releases. Now, I'm sure that at least 4 of you are capable of writing your own. I'm sure that all the department heads can write something, pass it through Mr. Elters to Mr. Davis or whoever's going to be acting as our attorney to make sure that any critical press release is sent out to the newspapers or the whatever. But the position degraded rather quickly into a paid journalist position. Our PIO was essentially using taxpayer money to write fluff pieces that any of the newspapers could have written about county staff, county employees, county elected officials. You know, you don't need taxpayer money to write a promo piece for any of you or any of county staff. The newspapers have people on staff they pay to write those kinds of fluffy articles. I don't publish those kinds of articles. I wouldn't publish those kinds of articles. It's not news you can use. But we don't need to be spending taxpayer money to write press releases. And then when there's no press releases to write, you know, you have to have busy work to justify the taxpayer money. So I don't, you know, obviously another deputy would be a wonderful thing. If you're going to reallocate that money, that would probably be a good place to put it. But I absolutely support eliminating the position completely, 100%. It's not hard to write a press release. You don't even need to have a college degree to do it. You can actually even have AI write it for you now for free. But, you know, any press release coming out of the county probably should be double checked by legal counsel to make sure somebody somewhere along the line hasn't said something incorrect or something that could get you into legal liability. But you don't need a PIO to do it. You really don't. And so I'm glad that to see this on the agenda. I'm glad that you put it on there. I don't think the position should be refilled. Not that our previous PIO, I'm not knocking him. I think he's a good guy. I think he did the best job he could. But when he needs to find enough work to justify what he's doing, that he's writing these articles and essentially doing the newspaper's work for them, then that's a problem because taxpayers shouldn't be funding that. So thank you very much.
I'd also say that after 4 years on the board, I think all of the supervisors, we weren't allowed to individually really work with him to put stuff out. I mean, it was confusing. So I think most of the board has been doing their own press releases for a long time. I think most of the departments are doing their own press releases. Sheriff's office does their own press releases. I think it's just better to reallocate this funding and getting another deputy out there. Any other comments? Hearing none, I'd make a motion to approve. Heard that motion second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Could we have a roll call vote? I couldn't hear what everybody voted.
Supervisor Letman? Supervisor Burley? Supervisor Martin?
No.
Supervisor Gould?
Aye.
And Chairman Lingenfelter?
Aye. Thank you. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 75, discussion and possible action, approve a special event liquor license for Barbara Jimenez, Veterans Poker Run fundraiser. Event date April 26, 2025.
Motion to approve.
For that motion, do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Thank you. Item number 76, approve a special event and liquor license for Barbara Jimenez, ribbon cutting networking fundraiser. Event date April 17th, 2025.
Motion to approve.
That motion, do I have a second? I'll second that. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? Ayes appear to have it, do have it, so ordered. Item number 77, Public Works, approve Parks Fund 216 contingency transfer of $50,000 for fiscal year 25 and an additional $50,000 to be programmed into the Parks Fund 216 fiscal year 26 budget for purposes of funding expense reimbursement payments for maintaining and operating the Mojave Valley Fort Mojave Community Park under a renewed 5-year park funding agreement, and further approve the non-appropriation of public funds in fiscal year 27 and beyond through the term of the renewed agreement. Director Latosky, are you on? Can you give us just a brief on this?
Yes. Chairman Lingenfelter, members of the board, for the 5-year period, fiscal year 20 through 2024, Mojave County Parks, through an agreement, was providing a $50,000 per year reimbursement for operation and maintenance related expenses that were being accrued by the Fort Mojave Community Park, Mojave Valley Community Park Committee. Those expenses were refunded or reimbursed, if you will, through the $50,000 appropriation by Mojave County Parks on or about June 30th. Unbeknownst to staff, this 5-year agreement has now renewed. So there is another payment due on or about June 30th of this fiscal year. Mojave County Parks Budget 216 has not budgeted for this $50,000 payment. And we also acknowledge that on the premise of this being a reimbursement of O&M expenses, that Parks can be positioned to budget another $50,000 in FY26. The agreement itself does provide a provision by which, if the county were to determine through its board a non-appropriation of public funds, that the agreement could terminate in that fashion. Otherwise, the agreement is enforced for another 5 years from fiscal year 25 for the 5 years in the future.
Thank you, Director. Any questions, or I'd be open to a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
This park is in my district. It's a public-private partnership park. It's a unique setup. It serves a need in my district. That's the only park for the public that's in that area of my district. And earlier in the meeting, you saw amount of money that we spend on other parks. But I would like to make a motion, but I would like to amend the possible motion. We would like to amend it to $75,000 per year for 3 years for fiscal year 25, 26, and 27.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion. Do I have a second? Okay. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You guys appear to have it. Do have it so ordered. Thank you. Item number 78. We spoke about this in executive session. I'd be open for a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Let's see. I move that the board remove the action against Express Scripts and Optimum RX as defendants in the multi-jurisdictional opioid lawsuit.
You've heard that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item number 79, discussion and possible action, approve the reappointment of Cheryl Smith to the Mojave County Employee Merit Commission, representing Supervisor District 4, effective April 3rd, 2025 through April 3rd, 2027. Supervisor Martin.
As her term expired, she was previously appointed by Supervisor Gene Bishop, and I'm going to renominate her for another term. She's agreed to serve.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
For that motion second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Call to the public. First up is Scotty McClure. Kenny Works, you're on deck.
Scotty from Bullhead. You guys are going into budgets here coming up in April. City of Bullhead's going into it here pretty soon, which is a joke because they never do anything other than what they've already figured out in their little room. A few years ago, Toby Cotter had, it took him 3 days to do the budget, open to the public where you could get up and comment. He's down to a half a day now. So why bother coming to a meeting and sit here? I've been sitting here for 5 hours today. Why even bother going to your meeting or theirs when you've already gone in there and made up your mind? Now, there's one thing I keep hearing about, this AI taking over people's jobs. Well, let's start doing it. And I'm serious. If I don't hear something from this board, because Maricopa's doing some things, I've suggested night court. And you don't have to have a translator, Mr. Davis. You can get an AI person. Remember I said that guy that got off of the murder charges was some translator or whatever. You would he'd be in prison right now if AI was telling the jury what his language was. Whatever. But there are things, this better be brought up. Needs to be brought up anyway. From all departments ought to better come up here and say, well, here's something that maybe we're just, it's like this morgue thing that you guys just went through. If I was going to make six figures or more being a physician and all the college stuff that he's six figure at least, first question I would have if I was that guy, I would say, where's the morgue at? You guys don't have an answer. Why would I move all the way from anywhere to a place that I'm going to go out and pitch a tent or something and run bodies through that? Where's the morgue at? You need to come up with this money. Start with your wage. But I brought up night court, and you don't need a guy with a gun sitting in that court at night if you put the right trials on at night, like divorce or whatever. You don't need a guy sitting in there. There needs to be some other things here, and that, of course, that's Mr. Moss and me having a discussion.
Kenny Works. Jennifer Esposito, you're on deck.
Any work, Shaka, Arizona. March 29th, the lotto numbers were good for a little over $500 million. The next morning, Sunday morning, calling to find out what the winning numbers were at the 499, 1-800-499-3798 number, was busy. All morning long, I couldn't get in touch, so I went up to the truck stop and got a printout. Printout said zero winners of that amount. There were no tickets sold for that amount. The next runner-up, 5 of 5, no tickets were sold of that amount either. But somebody got $500 million. I just thought I'd bring that to everyone's attention. Printout right here says no winners, no tickets were sold with the winning numbers on it, but somebody got the $500 million. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Esposito.
Jennifer Esposito. Well, since Supervisor Martin asked about the geoengineering bill, the House bill is 2056. The current status is that it's pending review by the House Natural Resources, Energy, and Water Committee, but no further action has been taken. The companion bill in the Senate is SB 1432, and it's sitting in the it hasn't been signed into anything. It's just pending review again, and so neither of those bills are going anywhere. But then again, it brings up the importance of having supervisors who are capable of researching bill tracking on things that are important to them or the constituents. Now I'm going to take a moment to address Matt Smith's little dog and pony show leading up to the budget things, and I'd just like to point out that if he's so busy, then it occurs to me he shouldn't have had time for his office to get involved in the situation with Mr. Walter Spar and those ridiculous charges filed against him, because upon information and belief, correspondences exist between Mr. Smith's office and the city of Kingman in bringing those charges. So just wanted to point that out. He's obviously nowhere near as busy as he thinks he is. And lastly, I would like to address the lack of grant funding that's being pulled from the county health department, because I'm good with it being pulled. totally good with it. Don't think it needs to be replaced. Of course, Elters and I disagree on that. But part of it has to do with the mobile health unit. And so I actually looked at this mobile health unit a couple years ago when it was parked at the food bank in Kingman. And I talked to the nurse that runs it, and she said that this is paraphrasing, but she essentially said, it looks like someone built it in their driveway. I can't even disinfect the exam room. And I peeked in there and I'm like, oh my gosh, it does look like someone built it in the driveway. But, and we could have got a lot better bang for our buck. But the thing is I see it parked there all the time. I never see a single person use it. So I think that you need to do an audit of the mobile health unit, because most of this grant funding affects the little Vax wagon that we bought with ARPA funding. And I think you need to bring it here, park it right up front, and I think y'all need to take a little tour of it. But I think you need an audit. How many people does it serve? Because if you're truly poor, you're on Medicare, Medicaid, or Access. If you're not poor, you're not going to go to that little converted U-Haul thing. You're going to go to your physician. I don't think that we need the mobile health unit. I think we need to sell it and put the money back in the general fund, looking at the budget. But I absolutely don't support replacing the funding for the programs that have been cut. We do not need them. The people have been pretty clear that we do not want them, and at least we canceled the COVID shot part. But take a look at it, please.
Ernest Rains. Or Hermosa. Thank you.
Actually, I'm here to talk about the, what is it called, the light. Nope. Like
your name and address, please.
Yeah, please state your name and address.
Okay. Sorry, my name is Imelda. I live here in Kidman.
Thank you.
And I'm here to talk about the light. I don't know why they're so behind on electricity and the, what is it called, the poles that they put like on top of the hills. Like I know they cost like almost $15,000, and people are been complaining about that. I want to know what's going on with that, Travis.
We need you to actually be more specific. I'm not sure which light you're referring to.
The transformers.
Transformers, like the utility company?
Yeah, utility company.
Source or MEC?
Yeah. Because I was in when was it, like last month, I was in San Diego, California, like Havasu, LA, and what is it called? Flagstaff and Tucson in Scottsdale, Arizona.
I guess I would recommend that you reach out to the utilities companies unless it's a light that's specifically maintained by Mojave County. We don't.
Yeah, but what I wanted to know what's going on with everything, like the, how do you see, like in this area and by Golden Valley and Kidman, people don't have light.
Chairman Lingman-Felter,
Sure.
maybe after the meeting, she can meet with Scott Poultry and I, and we can get her questions answered. I
Okay, I appreciate that. Or at least get her referred to somebody at one of the utility companies
I
that
think
can
we
answer
can
her
take care of
questions.
her. Hold on just a moment. Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Reagan.
Sean Reagan, Bullhead City. I'm also running Arizona Veteran Canine Services, Starlight Kennels, and Mutt Matchers. We're a nonprofit located here in Kingman, Arizona. I've presented to you several times our nonprofit, and I'm looking today to gain some support for our organization through you guys. One of the ways the public and council can support us is maybe join us on Saturday, April 12th from 9 a.m. They're holding a car show or drive for fundraising. We're looking for supplies and cash donations to help us. Every day I get on average about 30 calls a day for dogs being abandoned in the area. Golden Valley, Kingman. People pick them up and they ask us, because we're a no-kill shelter, to assist. And with a limited amount of space, I have to turn away a lot of people, and I don't want to do that. We train dogs and try to get them a second chance before they're euthanized and provide them free of charge to veterans. That brings me to another topic. Veterans in Mojave County are 245% veteran suicide in Mojave County alone. We have roughly 22,000 veterans between Lake Havasu, Golden Valley, Kingman, and Bullhead City. Those numbers are astronomical and they need to stop. When I returned home from Iraq, I had 18 fellow service members land with me. And to date, actually 4 returned back to combat and were killed. 11 committed suicide, and there's only 3 of us left. I will have an anniversary of a good friend of mine who was a Vietnam veteran who took his life last year. And I'm tired of it. I want the public's help. I want the community's help, which includes you guys, Bullhead City, Havasu. We could stop it. We can get the number to 0. Current statistics show 18 and a half a day, and we know that's a lot more. The statistics are not current. They're from 2021 to 2022, 23. Nothing's current. We're always set aside. We're always put off. And now it's time to put the veterans that have signed that line and have willingly give up their life to defend your freedoms and everyone's freedoms within the sound of my voice. You guys do what you do because of veterans who are willing to die for that freedom.
Thank you, sir. We are adjourned. Thank you, board.